for several years and come from the joint from several experts with more years in Open ERP and Odoo. And I'm going to try to show you my usual flows on the daily routine, my daily routine with OCA. So that can serve you as good practices, good practices, because it's the practices that serves me. And also, this can serve as a walkthrough to the OCA contribution flows. So let me start with this GitHub. This is our main hub for doing all the interaction. GitHub is a social network, a development social network, but the key part is social. We can share, talk, etc. Here in GitHub, and we use it a lot for both Odoo itself, the core developed by Odoo SA, and for OCA. Here you are seeing the OCA host. OCA is an organization inside GitHub, as GitHub allows individuals and organizations. So we created some time ago, some years ago, this organization to host all of the OCA modules and collaboration. Here you can see a lot of repositories, 200. This is a very high number. This is because we have a lot of things. We have a lot of modules. So here you can see all of them, and you can find for anything. How do we work with these repositories? Well, there is not a strict classification. Sometimes we don't know how to classify things, because they can be hosted in one place, but also in another, because it's a mix of things. So think that there is no strict classification, and it's also another reason more for debating. We have a lot of debates, and this is another. I always take one image, joke image that happened here. Let me search for it. I don't remember right now naming things. Looking for this, we find it easily. And this is the picture I always put for highlighting this problem. It's for naming. It's not seeing complete. Not sure right now why. Well, the important thing is here. This is a survey that was done in Quora, a website for questions and answers, and all the developers said that the most difficult task is to name, to put a name to things. More even than developing, estimating, and so on. And yes, this is a joke, but it's also a thing, because it's not easy to classify and to put proper names. So the debate is served. When you put a module here, expect to have a debate about the name and so on. And there is no ideal name, ideal classification, but we try to achieve the best. Said that, you can see in the page of OCA, which is odoo/community.org, we have a page for classifying the current PSC. What is a PSC? The PSC is the acronym for Project Steering Committee, and it's a organization or a team for trying to split the work inside OCA. The idea of these teams is to have a isolated area of work. As said, this is not simply because in an ERP everything is connected, but you can see in this page that is accessible through this URL or using the menu that it's not always simple. Here it is, the association PSC teams. So you can see that the areas we have delimited are more or less logic. We have three. We can see that we have three types of PSC. One is the PSC per area. The APP, the application, the area of work, accounting, banking, brand, data protection, etc. We can have here all the topics you can imagine. Another possible category are the vertical ones, that are those that are focused on a specific type of business. For example, those that are associations will need probably modules from other areas, but specifically some things that other type of businesses don't need. So there are a specific PSC for these areas. And finally, we have the localization teams or PSC. This one is very focused because they specialize on the specific needs for the country. It's not so clear what is specific for a country because, for example, we have the SEPA payments that are used across all Europe. So this is not something specific for Spain, for France, for Italy, or so on. They are for all Europe. So sometimes you have to think this need is only for Spain, only for this country, or it can be something that other can use. So answering this question will lead you to put things on the localization repository or in a more general one. For now, we only have for localization repositories or PSC for countries. There is, for example, there is not, for example, a PSC repository for Europe. There is also not for South America, Latin, or so on. Nothing prevents us to do it, but we haven't done it yet because there are not enough content to fill these repositories. So this is the basic structure. So you can navigate through this more pleasant view, or use directly the GitHub search interface for locating something. For example, if you type sale, you will find several repos for repositories for the sale workflow. Workflow is not for the sale area. All of them, these three one, are behind the same PSC, this one. If we navigate through it, we can see that they are under the same, not behind, under the same PSC. Why? Because they are the work area is similar. We have a split for not having a repository with a lot of modules, but they are under the same PSC. You can see here that these are the declared team members and representatives. I didn't remember that I was the representative for this, so it seems so. Who are these people? These people are those that have expressed interest in some kind of coordination of this area. This is a meritocracy, which means that you have to make merits to be here. This means also that you have some privilege for being in this PSC. What are these privileges? You can merge pull requests. You can directly do maintenance commits if needed. It's not the usual flow, but sometimes it's needed because Travis is broken, there is a problem that needs to be fixed ASAP, or so on. So these people have that rights in GitHub. It also implies responsibility. As Spiderman says, a great power implies. So all these things, it's also here. If you are of this PSC, you have to take care about these repositories' health. They are maintained. If someone writes an issue or put a pull request, you can guide them to lead to a success, or the issue is solved, the PR is merged, or so on. I have introduced here a word, PR, that is the acronym also for pull request. I haven't talked yet about pull request, but basically it is a code inclusion that you are proposing. It can be a patch of one line, or it can be a full module that contains thousands of lines. Okay, the pull request is only the proposal. We will talk later more about pull requests and guidelines also about that. So it's interesting that you have interest in being part of one of these PSC. Which one? Those that are of your area that you are working, or so on. I said you need to first do merits for being here. How? Well, participating in the community, doing PRs, reviewing the PRs, and so on. There is also the feeling that this is only for technical people, being on GitHub and so on, and this is a half truth. You need some technical knowledge. Which technical knowledge? How to work with GitHub. GitHub is a platform that you need to know, the same as you learn, for example, Facebook. It has their menus, their features, their tools, and so on. So you need to learn this. It's not the most friendly one, but it's also very straightforward. So I don't think that it's a real problem for functional people and so on. The next barrier can be to learn to speak the same language. Well, you don't need sometimes to speak the same language. A functional person can propose features or can expose problem in a module talking in a functional language. Not saying this line of code is incorrect because there is a loop, or no, you can say there is a problem when you do these steps. But here is the main problem we have also, not only on Odoo, on OCA or so, but in this world. What my colleagues call it STR. I don't know if this is something that can be, well, it's a usual acronym. We use a lot of acronyms, but what it means is the way we can reproduce this problem to be able to diagnose the problem. That you have a problem in your current installation, your custom DB with a lot of modules, doesn't mean that the problem is on the specific module that you are putting the issue or so on. And it's not easy. You know that your users, most of you are implementators, are integrators, and have your customers that reports you some problem. And the typical problem that Odoo is not working. How do you take this? That's something that cannot be easily debugged, we can call it. We need something more specific. And here in OCA, we have more added problems because people don't isolate the module for doing the test, so the problem can come from other custom module, other OCA module, but not this one. Sometimes there are incompatibilities between modules, or the instance is simply outdated. So being technical or being functional, all these things, technical things, have to be taken into account. And I think it makes you better in your job. If you are a consultant, but you are able to differentiate when there is a problem, where is the source, you will make half of the work. You will be able sometimes to solve yourself the problem, but if not, you will be able to guide the needed people, the people that is going to fix the problem, to the focusing them to the problem. So I'm always the bad guy when someone put an issue. I have a problem in a module with an error, an stack trace with no steps, and I'm always, or usually, the bad guy saying, this is not enough, so if you don't put more information, I will close it, or I close it directly, because I know that the problem is not on the OCA module, but on deployment part and so on. And this is what why I'm saying that you need a minimum set of skills. There is also another thing that people don't take it very good, but I said I'm the bad guy. So I put sometimes this link. Not sure if this is what I'm looking for. No. How to make another question? How to? I know it in Spanish, but not in English. There is a. Let me. This is not good rephrase. This one is the good one. How to make answers, questions in the smart way, and it contains a link to the English version. I don't find where is the English version. Not here. Well, I can search for it later. The idea is to focus each one on the things they do efficiently. If you unfocus the things to be to distract people, what you can get is no answer, or bad answers, or even a close of the issue because it's not enough documented. We have an example. It's the nature of the human being. We have an example right now in the Discord channel. About 40 people, no, not 40, but 20 people have asked if if these talks is going to be recorded. where it has been asked an answer 20 lines above. For me, that's not a way to ask in a smart way, because in this case it's very simple. The answer is yes. You don't need too much time. But imagine something a bit more complex. You have to, if you don't make that previous search, that doesn't need you too much time for that, you can have several cases. Well, the answer, the question is answered, so you already have it. But imagine this one. Half of your doubts are answered, but not the other half. Not searching for this half makes you do the full question, and the people that have answered for that half part, maybe they are tired of explaining everything again, and you have lost the possibility of having this half answer that is not yet answered because of not filtering up a bit your question. So please think a bit about this, and when you need to make a question, do this little research. This makes people like me to think, well, this person has already tried some things, research, and so on. He or she deserves an answer. If not, I can say, well, everyone is very busy. Do your job, and don't try to get free support from my part. Okay, said that, and I know I'm a bit hard with this, but I think that with this reasoning you can understand me a bit more now, being the big guy, the bad guy. So let's continue. Let's continue with the repos. We have one of these repos selected. How can you start contributing? Contributing is not putting a lot of line of code inside OCA. Another thing, I'm not attending chat, so if there is a question done in the chat, Jordi or anyone that is assisting me here, please open your microphone and tell me.
Pedro.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
No, I'm saying that I'm not attending the chat. So if if there is any question, right now I'm seeing, and I'm okay.
No, there are no questions so far.
Pedro, can you hear
me? Simone, very low. Your microphone is very low.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I wrote you a message to try to move the Zoom window.
Okay. Yeah. I'm directly closing that window.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. Better. Good. Thank you.
If I can add in, I suggest attendees, if you have a question, you raise your hand. You have a button at the bottom, and then Pedro, if he, or a moderator can ask you to do the question on the right moment. Thank you.
Yeah, you have put, Daniel, a very good sentence about what I have now said about the proportional effort of the answer depending on the effort put on the question. So if you put, this doesn't work, it doesn't take you so much time, my answer would require the same time. It's not enough information. Okay, so that can be also a good sentence that summarizes all of these things that I'm talking about. Okay, thanks for the inline comments. Let's continue. I have entered in one of these repositories, still in GitHub. As I was saying, you can contribute in many ways. There is no only code contribution. It can be the most frequent one and those that means the highlight one, but there is also very valuable contribution outside code. I would suggest you first to subscribe to your areas of interest. For example, I can be in this repository, and on the top right part, you have an icon of an eye that allows you to follow, to subscribe to this repository. You can select not watching, the default for you when you start. Releases only on OCA is not being used, so this one doesn't serve for anything. And watching, well, watching is to be subscribed to all things that happens on this repository. All things are pull requests, their comments, issues, their comments, the merge of pull requests, a new branch, all of these. This one should be, it's more or less the default for the areas you want to participate. Ignoring is a special one for never having any notification, because this one, if you are mentioned with the character, you will be notified. There is also a way to be only notified for specific things, but I have never go inside of this advanced configuration. I think it's not needed. There is not too much noise on specific records for you to require to silence several notifications. There is the risk, if you subscribe to too much repositories, to have a lot of mails, a lot of notification. That's my case, for example, that I'm subscribed to everything. So you can see here that right now I have 226 notifications. I use Gmail, as you can see, for handling the task to do in here, because I have the tab notifications that group all the notifications from GitHub. So this is very useful for me for classifying things. You can see here that I have in my main tray the private things that I'm not going to disclose, but in this tab, I have all the GitHub activity. Most of the activity can not from OCA, but from Odoo itself. Odoo, the core developed by Odoo SA, has a specific repository. Under Odoo organization, the repository Odoo. Subscribing to this is very heavy. You will receive about 100 of notifications per day. It depends on the Odoo activity and so on, but I have to admit that it's heavy. For what is this useful? If you want to stay online about the things that happen on the core. For that, for not being mad, I use a so-called that I have invented the name, the 5 seconds rule. This rule basically consists in discriminating in 5 seconds about the notification. This time serves me for not distracting from the task, and even right now talking with you, I can access one of the notifications and decide 3 things. This one can be discarded because I'm not interested on this. That it's the case for this one. I'm not interested in that one. The second case, it's something that that can be useful, and it's important to say something quick that can be reacted in that moment, because it doesn't take me too much. For example, an extra minute. I see a pull request that has been put by anyone, and in a quick glance, in that 5 seconds site, I'm seeing that it's not preserving commit history. Well, I can access. Let me. This one is not a new pull request, but imagine I have seen this, and this is an issue, in fact. But I click here. I have my reply about preserving commit history, and I answer this. It takes me very few moments. I'm not distracting from my main task because it takes me less than a minute, and I can continue. And I have already put something that can guide the pull request, the issue, or so on, for not doing work without that is not going to work. Or sometimes I have detected duplicate features, and I have mentioned there is another module that do something similar, or so on. So this is my interaction. For this level of interaction, it requires that you know a lot about OCA and so on. But it can be a way to work with the notifications. And you can see here that my colleague has put a comment in live for this. So this serves for me. Other people maybe get distracted with this flow. This is my secret also for those that know me, for answering very quick to the things that happen to OCA. It's not any minion that I have hired. It's only that I interrupt my flow for this kind of low or short interruption that allows me to continue. I said not everyone can fit to this flow, but this is also something that can be trained. You can train about this. First time, you will need more time and you will get more distracted. But when you do it frequently, you will get used to this, and it's a way to not leave things unattended. For the rest, you have to decide your flow. But I don't like the approach of the OCA review day. This is a tweet that every Friday is put on OCA Twitter timeline that I think nobody knows where it comes from, because it was set up a lot of time ago, and now we cannot verify. But I don't like that flow. Why? Because having a week between each interaction is too much time. Not everyone is following that flow. Yourself is not, you are not remembering what you do last week. So I prefer a more continuous integration, continuous interaction here. Some middle possibilities, flows, to instead of a review day, make a review hour each day. So you distribute the time per day, so you don't pass too much time between each interaction with GitHub. Another rule, I have talked about two possibilities. The one that is discarded automatically, the one that you answer very quick about that, or the last one that is well, this is important. I need to focus on this, and but it requires time. So I let it in my tray for later attendance, for attending this later. There is a risk with this that you let a lot of things and they get stuck and not attended. So the other part that I have talked right now about dedicating some time each day or each week, but dedicating that time, not outside your business working time. That's another of the problems that maybe is not in your hands. I don't know if you are developers, consultants, or you are owners of your business. But if you don't, at business level, at header decision makers, you don't consider OCA in your flow, you will be doomed to not being up to date all of the features, all the possibilities you can have for your installations. So it's a business key thing to dedicate time inside your business working time to OCA. That's my my way of thinking. But this way of thinking has been ratified by our expertise and our time here that have allowed us to grow fast, to grow now. It's not always growing fast, but growing in a good way. We are now 11 people, but we are serving a lot of customers with a so not very big team. Why? Because we rely on OCA, but we rely not leeching the modules, but interacting with OCA and using that synergies. It's very important to include in your flows, in your business flows, OCA. So if you have that business time, you will know the modules that people are proposing, the interaction that happened, the possible problem. For example, I benefit directly from one thing that happened the other day on Q repository. This one is for handling an asynchronous queue for executing jobs. And Legal Silvain, our beloved college, put an issue about a problem that he had on one installation. Seeing this issue, answering about it, doing some tips, leads me to fix a problem that I have in another installation. Was not directly related, but with this query, I get the tip for knowing that problem. So if I wasn't in this notification, in these flows, I possibly need a lot of time to debug and get to the problem. So being in community reduces your maintenance burden, both because OCA modules are checked by more eyes, they have infrastructure to test the quality, and there is people that can assist you. And this must be a quid pro quo thing. You need to give something for residing. I'm not answering with the same spirit, the same efforts to someone that is collaborating if they like Legal Silvain, that someone that writes for the first time demanding help and saying, how can it be that a module is not working? What kind of jobs are you doing? Well, this kind of person deserves an immediate closing of the issue, sincerely. because it's not the way to, the net etiquette is relative, not relative. You know that writing things, that things can be misunderstood. But one thing is misunderstanding, and another directly to ask or to demand something that you don't have rights to do it, because you are nobody here. You haven't contributed. Are you demanding things? So don't take it this bad. It's only the mindset about how I confront this kind of thing. So I sometimes go to side topics, but let's focus again in this. I have talked about the notification and about my rule of handling this notification. So think about this and find your balance on what do you want to get notified, the way to handle that notification. But it's important that if you are not the decision maker for dedicating time to OCA, please transmit and transfer these bits of advices that I'm having here and giving here for trying to convince your bosses to dedicate that. The business, your business will improve for sure. Okay, so we have been notified. What we have here, we have basically two things: issues and pull requests. Issues, what is? It's a place where you can put or problems or what we call it RFC, request for comments. That is a way to ask for a debate about a new feature, a new module, or so on. What is not allowed here is to ask questions. There is issues that put, how do I install this module? No, the issue tracker is not for this, or it shouldn't be. There is sometimes a caritative soul, someone that say, hey, well, I'm going to make this gift and answer that. But we have to focus on for what is this valid. If we convert this into a forum, we will have the following problem. The same problem that I have said about the question about if the talks are going to be recorded. You make one question, how to install the module. Somebody answer, and of course the question is answered. You close that question, and another people, and that people should are usually lazy, don't search for this issue, and they close it. And they, they do the same one. So you get an unfocused effort, because you have to point to the closed issue, you have to write the same question, or even disturbing us for asking this that is out of the scope, because you should know how to install the module. It's not OCA focused to teach you that. We can teach you how to contribute, or you can have a legit question that is a feature question. I have tried this module, but I see that it's not possible to do this. Is something planned? That's a valid question. It's an RFC question. So when I close this kind of question, it's because of that, to focus. We have a better tool for handling questions, that is Odoo forums. We have that forums. We can have an opinion about if the tool is well tuned or not, but the tool for that question is this one. Why? Because the topics remain there. They are also classified, categorized, they are highlighted, and so on. So the place to do that questions is the forum, not the issue tracker. Issue tracker is for notifying problems. And we come back again to the steps to reproduce thing. If you are putting here a problem, please put it with all the possible things to find that problem. If not, it's barely impossible to help you, even if we want, because it's if you don't say how to do it, we are not. I don't have the right word. Adivinos. We are not the guessers of the problem. Okay, so please try to follow this. About pull request, this is the code part. A pull request is directly a proposal to include some code. So here we have a convention on the name. Not everyone follows this convention, but there is one. You have here some convention that this is shared everywhere in the repository README, in OCA website, everywhere. But if someone wants to put it on the chat, you can copy and paste in the chat. Anyone wants to say something? No, I heard a microphone. Okay, I continue. And there is also ODU guidelines that are also mentioned there. ODU guidelines, here we have. And here there is about the commit message, where it is. Commit message is not, here it is. Here we have a convention about this. So if you stick to this convention, please mute your microphone. There is someone that is not muted and is doing some noise. It's not very bad, but is there. There it is. So if you stick to that convention, will help people to identify what are you doing. So it's not the same to put this is a fix and the version and the module that putting update init .py. What that means. So please take some time to do this. That is not too much time, but helps a lot to identify and to also make people willing to review your pull request. Okay, it's also important for yourself when the past time, if you don't put a good commit message, when you come back to that commit, you won't know what was the problem that you solved. And you can be in a regression, you can be on the doubt that if that patch is correct or not. So it's important that you take some time to document that kind of things. Okay. As said, a pull request can be very few lines, like this one. You can see here that this one, it's only changing one line. That's why it's a fix, because it's a problem that is there, and I already know about this problem. I already approve it, and you can see. And I'm going to take, this is my the privilege I have. I can right now launch this this command that is going to merge this pull request. There is only one review, mine, but I being a PSC of this repo, I know that this is good, and it's a problem that needs to be solved ASAP, as soon as possible. So I have decided to not wait for the usual flow, that is to have 2 reviews. Why is this flow here? But the idea is to ensure that the chain is correct. And this follows the principle of 2 eyes or 4 eyes see more than 2 eyes. No? As more eyes that is seeing something, more possibilities of discovering a problem. These reviews is not something mandatory. People think that doing a contribution, doing a pull request, they have the right to demand a contribution. And that's not true. You are doing a part of a contribution, and it's good, and we thank you about that contribution. But that contribution is only half of the flow. You need reviewers and qualified reviewers. It doesn't serve that you tell 2 partners, 2 colleges, please put an approval. No, that is not going to serve. Sometimes you support on your colleges for that, but they need to do a sincere review, trying things, or at least checking the code. This one is very easy, and the approval can be approved code review. I have only reviewed the code, but seeing the code, it's enough to say this is going to work, because the problem has been exposed here. You don't have to write too much. You can see that in 2 lines, this is okay. He is saying, if you have section or notes on sale order lines, obviously you need to know what are section and what are notes. And you can say, hey, that lines doesn't have, don't have taxes. So it's logical that we don't put that exception when they are of this type. So doing a code review sometimes is enough. Other times we need a functional review. We will see later how. But don't make lobby with this, because it's very easy to detect these patterns. And also, you can ask for reviews if you have made some reviews on other pull requests. Imagine these people, this person, don't have any review and have passed 20 days. If you don't review other things, you can demand for another. So you can go to pull request, see another one. Oh, this one is okay, so. Or it requires some change. So you put it, and can you please review mine in as exchange? And you point your pull request. So that's something feasible and something proportional. You have to balance your contribution to one part or another. If not, this is what is happening. You can see here 164 pull requests that are not merged, because people only do the pull request, but don't worry about the other part. And the other part is also important. We have detected a lot of things reviewing pull requests. And also in your business culture, you have to introduce the peer review, not only for OCA things, but for your development flows. If you don't do this peer review, reviewing, you are losing a lot of successful possibilities. And you will have to attend and you will raise your maintenance costs, because things that are only tested by one person can be deployed to the production database, find another problem, or this not solve at all the problem, and so on. And you have to do a lot of development cycles that can be solved if you would do the review. So think also about this when you are developing. So as said, we need at least 2 reviews and 5 days Why that 5 days? Well, you can do lobby or not, but review this very quick. Maybe the reviewers have also oversight something on the PR. So that 5 days term assures you that is reviewed by more eyes. Another possibility is that 3 persons review the pull request inside or before that 5 days. Well, having 3 reviews is enough to say to make sure that this is okay. And as said, PSC can decide if this can go what we call it the fast tracking way for having this as soon as possible. And as I have done here, I have merged this in 2 days instead of waiting for more reviews. Okay, so code review, you have file change tab for reviewing the changes. This is, of course, requires to know about Python or the language that is going to be fixed. You know that we also have JavaScript and also QWeb templating language. That is something of Odoo itself, but it can be considered as a language. So you have to know about that for making a code review. But if you are not able to do that code review, you have the functional review possibility. How? If we go to the bottom part, we have here the several checks. These checks, if everything is green, it's great because it means that the automatic checks have passed. We will see later what happens if this is not the case. So, but let's focus right now on this step. I have unfold this, and we have runbot. Runbot is for trying functional the things that introduce this pull request. So if I go to details, I have here the summary for this build and a blue button. Maybe this blue button doesn't exist because the instance has expired. It's very old, and we need to do garbage collector. So maybe it's not here. But if the button is not here, you have here another button. I think it's red that put force review. You click on that button, and a new instance is triggered. You need to wait for the build that takes about 20 minutes, and you will see again refreshing the blue button. Click on that blue button. I don't know why it's dragging the button. It takes a bit time. Runbot is very heavy loaded. Let's see. How is for now the talk? It's serving you. I need to go faster in these topics. Tell me some feedback. No feedback, okay. I'm going to access the runbot. This runbot is auto-populated database instance of Odoo with the changes on the pull request. Email admin and password admin allows us to access. And it takes some time. Here it is. So we can try here about the questioning being treated. So here we can put this. The problem is that if I add a section and some global discounts that I don't have anyone. So we have to put one, some of these. Well, the problem was this one, that adding a section, it leads us to a problem. So right now, if we try, there is no problem. So it has fixed the problem we had previously. So we can go back to the PR and say, approve it, but a functional review. Sometimes it's not easy to also to functional review because you have to know all the steps, but it's the way to make sure that this is going to work. So it's worth to do both things, functional and code review when possible. There is also more contribution possibilities that doesn't require to code. The last one is about the translations. Translation is also an important part for having a localized Odoo instance. So each module now includes a batch for, if we access one of the modules, we can see in its README about this batch. Weblet translate me. If we click there, it leads us to our Weblet instance. It's auto-hosted, so self-hosted, sorry. So we have this Weblet that is also open source, self-hosted, and under this domain, translation, Odoo community, org. So here we have the specific URL, clicking on the badge, for this project, this module, and this version. So we can directly jump to translate this in our language, for example, Spanish. And here we can translate this interface. You need to get used also to this one, but it's not too much complicated. If you go to, let's go to translate, and then put the same mode, it's very easy to see each of the strings and translate them. So you have to request first for being a translator of the language you want. So it's very simple. You only have to do once. Write to, I think, translate at Odoo community. You can see here. So instead of talking, I'll have it here. Translate. Okay, so here you have the instructions. Write to here to transport, and Rebecca or someone from the board will add you to the translator group. And from that point, you are able to translate across all OCA any of the modules. Okay, so this is also another kind of contribution that you can do. But a warning about this, you also need some skills to do, especially to know Odoo, because it's very important to translate on the topic context, or to be homogeneous on the translation you are doing. So please don't translate blindly, and take a bit of context where something is used, because it's not the same. You know that English have some words that can be translated on many ways on your language, and not all the ways are suitable for this translation, this specific translation. So translated is also a very responsible task. It's usual to say translation is the most simple one. Well, it's more or less easy, but you have to take that into account. You have some tools on Weblet itself, because you have, for example, this context, similar words on the same module are have been translated this way. You also have the possibility of a glossary, so you can put on that glossary all the words that want to be translated on a specific way, and you have another translation tools inside Webplate. But please don't translate blindly. Okay. So this is about the initial contribution possible flows. Not sure if you have any question before continuing with the other main topic, migrating a module that is a specific but usual flow of code contribution. Okay, can translation be handled with POW files? That no, Ives, I'm reading your comment. Technically, it can be done. You can make a pull request changing a PO, but it has several problems, technical and flow ones. Technical, because imagine you have proposed a translation that is being translated at the same time on Webplate. We will have there a conflict, and your pull request is unitary, is everything or nothing. You can split as on Webplate things, because in Webplate you can translate. We have here 55 strings, and we can translate only 10. That 10 will be pushed to the repository, and you can continue tomorrow for the rest. On pull request is all or nothing, and it doesn't make sense to make a pull request with the first 10, then another with the following ones, and so on. So we have that technical problem, but also a flow one. We want to focus translation here because you have these tools. So it's not doing from the PO directly. You don't have these tools that can serve you for detecting bad translations. What you can do? Well, on Webplate itself, you can import. I think you need to be some kind of elevated user, but you have some tool for importing things. Not sure. You need to know Webplate, and I think there is possibility of data export, but also to import. Not sure how to do it right now, but there is that possibility. So this translated. Here it is. Files upload translation. You can upload a PO, but the difference is that this will have some checks performed before uploading definitively, and you can also compare things on live. So if you have your PO, use Webplate for upload it. Okay, anything more?
Pedro, there's a question on OCB.
Yeah.
Pierre asks you about bug fixes to core Odoo, and there used to be OCB. Is that still on?
Okay, well, OCB is a special case that we handle inside OCA. There are some special projects that doesn't fit inside the PSCs that I have commented, that are OpenArray and OCB. That is not pinned here, so I'm going to pin it. I can do it. As I'm not from in the board now, I don't have that right. Daniel, please do it.
I can do that. Yes.
Yeah, pin that repository because it's important. The two special projects have a very specific focus. Talking specifically about OCB, the aim of this is to provide a long-term support, more or less, about branches that are not attended by Odoo itself. I'm not very agree with that way of working in general in the Odoo ecosystem, because you should push to have the latest version. And that's why we have open upgrade, for allowing you to migrate to later versions. But sometimes there is the need of pushing a fix to a version that is not maintained by Odoo. Right now, we have on Odoo version 14, version 13, and version 12 as maintained ones. So version 11 is not maintained anymore. Imagine you are still on version 11. You plan to migrate or not, but you have a very huge performance problem that has been solved by an index, by something that is feasible to be backported. You can do it under OCB, and you will benefit for having this in community instead of patching each of your 11 installations. So this is here. Why is not very used right now? Well, this is an accumulation of factors. First, Odoo is listening more to community pull requests, so they are merging things quickly and on Odoo core itself, so no need to put it exclusively on OCB. And the other factor is that integrators are seeing that the right strategy is to migrate instances. At least in a cycle of 2, 3, 4 versions, each one has its strategy. But it's not a good strategy to stay on lower versions. It has a lot of problems that I'm not going to summarize and open that debate. But it's a trend. People is migrating more and more to upper versions. So there's no need of maintaining that. Another focus of this project is to patch things that Odoo hasn't affected. The stability policy in Odoo is very strict, and is because of something. You cannot change database structure, for example, which is very reasonable. You cannot change public APIs, signatures, and so on. So sometimes there is things, patches that are not merged on the version, the current version, but on the master one that will be the next version, and you want it in this version. This is a very debatable point because not everything can be affected here. You cannot change the same database structure, public signature, or so on, but you can change some logic according to that fix. It's not very usual, but we have done these things on the past. My company has done, and everyone is open to do it. But you have to think twice if that chain is going to be affected because of this stability policy. We cannot diverge OCB from Odoo in its compatibility layer. For example, some people have talked about changing a method for adding a new argument for taking into account another thing. You cannot do that because a module, a third-party module that is using that method will work only with OCB or only with Odoo, but not both. So it's not easy that something of this nature will be merged. But there are some legit cases. We can see on the merge pull request. Let's see this one. For example, this one comes from a patch that I made in the past for Odoo. Look, they have they have screwed up this. They have an SQL that is not fully qualified. No, this one is not mine. There is another. Let me check. This one is mine. I propose to do this, which is fully qualifying the SQL for not having ambiguous columns. If you have in the table on core, there is no overlap of names, but it can be adding some modules. So this is totally legit to put in this version, but Odoo don't consider this. They delay until 13 version to put this. So it's legit, and this college from Italia understood this way to put it. So he took my patch and proposed it to OCD, and this patch was effective. This is not affecting functionality nor changing any signature, only allowing to not have the crash when you install that module that adds a column that is ambiguous. So there is valid cases for applying patches here in OCD. Okay. So I hope this explanation serves for you. Any other doubt?
I think you're good to continue.
Okay, perfect.
Now
let's.
You have okay. You fix it. Thank you.
I put the chat box on top for reading the chat. So that's the black box you see. It's very privacy concern, this Zoom tool. So let's go for a live migration. This is very, very risky because I haven't tried yet anything, but let's try to migrate something and at least to follow the standard steps for doing these usual tasks that we have on OCA. So I'm going to go for a simple one, that is the infamous partner fax module. Okay, this one is very easy, so no possibility of failing. And this one adds the fax field because Odoo decided to remove it. Well, it's very wild to still in the 21st century to use the fax, but it's sometimes a need. So we have this module that restores the field fax and put it on the contact form. So let's migrate it. What is my tool set? Let's see. Yeah, I can make it a bit higher for you to see it better. My tool set for developing in general and for migrating is Visual Studio Code, VS Code. I use VS Code. I have tried PyChart in the past, Eclipse, and so on. And finally, I'm using VS Code as a good balance into tools, flows, and so on. This is a matter of opinion. So each one uses their IDE, even B. So I'm going to explain with this tool. Another tool set is Dudba. Dudba is a creation of Tecnativa, an R&D task that it has taken us a lot of time, but it summarizes all the needed flows for development, staging, and production environment. So it's the unified way we develop and also deploy things. Right now, I have a Dudba scaffolding for 14 version already prepared. That is out of the scope to prepare in this talk. And another tool set that I use is Fish. Fish is a shell command interpreter. and it's very useful because it's auto-completion features and other possibilities. So it's going to be very easy for me to perform the migration doing the following. I put a variable with set, and this variable is going to be the name of the module. And now let's go to the migration guide. We have a wiki on maintainer tools for migrating to version 14. This one summarizes all the usual things that we can find on our migration. This is not all, and this is fed by newer discoveries. I have put some of the changes, but there can be more. These are framework changes, not model-related changes. That is something that has arisen on the library to migrate. You cannot reflect here all the changes that this field has changed its name, this model disappears, this model appears, because it's very huge. Here, what we put some is framework changes. For example, there is no more the possibility to put this XML tag. So you have to put the full record tag. This is a framework change. So it's reflected here for you to take it into account when you are migrating things. Okay, and let's go to the technical way. This technical way put the command you have to put about this. You require some Git knowledge. We try to put here all the steps, but if you get a problem in one of these, you will have to introspect to see the problem. So right now, I'm only needing this one. I have already the module downloaded. I have already my corresponding branch. So I'm only needing that. And this is for what is very useful. I type any part of the command line, and with the arrows keys, I can search for commands that contain that part. So for me, it's very simple. Right now, I only need to change these origin branches. But the module, if you see, the command is the same because I'm using a variable. So this variable makes me to not needing to change the whole command. So if I do this, I get the full history. This step is for preserving the commit history. Why? Because when we create the new version branches, like 14 branches that was created by Stefan last week, we empty for most of the repositories, not all, but for most, we empty the branches. Why? Because if not, it's very difficult to stay up to date everything in between branches. Imagine we start from the current 13 version branch, and in 13 version there is a pull request for improving the module that you are migrating. That pull request is migrated, but when you want to migrate the module, what you have in your branch is the outdated 13 version. So at the end, you need to apply the diff, the diff between 13 and 14 branch. So instead of doing that half and to have possible conflicts, let's bring the whole history at once. So this is what is done with this command. And you can see here, let's maximize. You can see here each of the commits that are on the 13 branch concerning this module. This is the step that we have done here. Now let's apply this task. to migrate. The first one that I'm going to focus, this is optional, but I want to, I like to do this one because it allows you to clean the commit history. You can see here that there are some administrative commits. For example, when we migrate to version 13, an administrative commit was created here for adding the pod file, the translation, the master translation file. This one is derived from this, and it doesn't make too much sense to have it in this history split. So I'm going to do this command. I'm going to make an interactive rebase for adjusting this commit history. This is explained in in this wiki entry, merge commit in pull request. Okay, here you have an explanation, but basically I have made a git rebase. So now I can do some of the squashing. Actually, it's not a squash, but fish up. Fish up, what makes? Well, for example, this one that is bumping the version number to this one belongs, in fact, to the pull request that was making that change. So we only need to merge together, and this text is not worth to be kept. So we fish up instead of squashing. If I save this, the rebase is done, and right now we have the version boom here. So we don't need to do anything more. What can we do also? We can fish up these ones. And we can also fish up this one. I know about this, so it's very easy for me to know this. And I have also a modification over the interactive rebasing that is a preference in Git for showing the author of the commit. So it's easy for me to detect the administrative commits that are done by OCA Travis, OCA Transport, also OCA Gitbot. These ones are very easy to be detected. Okay, so this one is not correct at all, but I'm going to do the pre-commit is done before the migration. But let's keep it that way. Another one that we can, but this is very fine-tuned. You can see here that Luis Felipe started the translation and then continued it, and maybe overwriting some terms. For the attribution, it's not needed to give both. We can merge as the attribution is going to be kept. This is going to be attributed to Luis Felipe, the same, but it's not going to be split in several commits. That doesn't work to be that way. So if we do, now we have a very clean commit history. Okay. So now that we have that, let's start migrating the module. We need to bump version module to the one that is set that. We can see here, both module version, remove any possible migration script. This one is if we have migration folders that are all scripts. It's not the case because we have already that, well, there is something that I had to do before that I have. Let's reset. Maybe the pre-commit changes something. We have a new pre-commit versions for black and so on that maybe they are doing some of automated changes. These automated changes intend to make homogeneous the code and make it automatically for you. You don't have to worry about that. So if you see on the technical steps, you have to do that step. Okay, it's as you can see, it's important to follow this guide as a checklist because also I have migrated tons of modules, I can forget any of the steps. So it's important to always have this in mind for following these steps. Right now, this is preparing the environment. This is only the first time, so it takes some time, but next time is going to be quicker. Let's wait. I cannot do anything more because if so, the environment is going to be dirty. Well, I can open right now my at least this, and I will explain later what is that. I should these things should be done before for not waiting, but okay, it's now here, so we don't have to wait more. Right now, we have some warnings because the checks are done for version 14, but the important thing is if we have any diff. So pre-commit doesn't change anything in this module. There is no change needed for version 14. If you are migrating from version 12 to version 13, you will find for sure differences, because in version 12, there is no automatic code formatting by black, prettier, and so on. And on version 13, there is. But migrating from version 13 to 14, there is not too much changes because we only have bumped the black version, pretty version, and so on. And there is very few changes on that. And in this case, no change. So we don't need to commit anything because there is no changes. So that's good. That's good. Let's continue again with the steps to migrate a module. That is to put the version that is correct and make the changes for making this work. I have chosen this one because it's very simple. It only adds in the model one field and it added on the view. So there is not too much possibility for failing. What is going to be my test? Well, my test is going to be to install the module and see if Odoo complains about anything in the views. I also use fixed variables, and I have my command, do a specific command for installing the module. Well, not very specific. This part is specific, let's say, and this one is the Odoo command line. So I start the Docker instances and install my module in a populated version 14 instance. If it installed correctly, it will be mostly there because at least it installed. The only step to check if everything is correct is to add the environment to use it. Okay. This one is because I haven't added another Drupal specific thing. I haven't added the repository partner contact. Here it is, and I say all the. Not sure if the syntax is that one. Let's check it. I need to add to my environment. No, the command is not correct. This one. Okay. So we have very quick the feedback about this. And basically, I'm adding all the possible partner contact modules to my environment. As said, that one is a Drupal specific one. What is not specific is that this view is not correct. I have tried to install, but this view has changed. So we need to adapt the view to this one. Let's see what it's saying. It's saying that this view doesn't exist anymore. Okay. View partner short form. This one is not existing. So let's go right now to simply remove it for continuing and see if we have a workable solution. It's not for migrating the module completely. We need to check if that one has been replaced by another or so. But now we have the module installed without error. Next step is to up the environment, make it work, and to functionally testing if everything is good. So this is the doodva command, well, doodva docker compose command for putting the environment working. And now I open my local Odoo 14 instance to check if it's correct or not. So I go to contacts, and I expect to find here a fax field. And also, let's check each of the views. This one is putting the fax on the simple form. I believe this one is here. No, that one is not the simple one. Not sure. Yeah, I think, how can I go to that one? Maybe from users. Sometimes this one is doesn't have any error, but we don't know where it is located. So we need to find out where it is. So I think that one is this. No, this one is opening also the complete one. Well, it's one that is open sometimes from one of the views. We right now we are going to rely that as it's not failing, this one is adding correctly, or maybe yes, because this one is adding after the job position. So I think it's this one. How can we be sure? Putting the developer mode and seeing which for is this one. No, this one is the view partner for is this one. The simple one is not called right now. Okay, let's see about the one that I have removed. I have removed the view partner short form. Is this one replaced by any one, or what is happening? I'm thinking that maybe the short form is this one. We access here and we access. Yeah, this one is the simple form. Okay, so we have it right now. We know it, which one it is. The simple form is this one. Okay, so we can see here that the fax is included as well. And this one is for the simple. And there is another that is called short form. For this kind of migration, I use the previous version of Odoo. So I look in version 13 for that XML ID. I goes to it. Maybe this one to be on Odoo itself. Yeah, here it is. So this is on the views of this module. So it's logical to think that this the equivalent views will be there on Odoo itself. Where is Odoo? Odoo is not here. It's sorted at the end, I think. Okay, here it is. Odoo, add-on space, views, and REST partner views. So in this one, we don't have the short, but the simple. So there is a replacement for it. Let's put it that way, and let's put it that way. So we can search for this one. And this one seems to be totally removed. They don't need that sort for in version 13. There was this one, but not in version 13. So it's safe to simply remove that override because it's not needed. I think we have it. As I said, it's very simple, but it illustrates more or less the flow, depending on the module difficulty and modification. It will be more complicated to migrate a module, but basically you need to do that. I will try in the rest of the time to migrate a more complicated module with tests, but let's finish this one. Now, what we have to do, we need, this is optional, but also interesting to generate the new README. This is a tool that we have had as maintainer tools that you can install it locally and that assists you to generate this README, because this README is auto-generated. How? Well, you put the real content here in the README folder, and this tool takes that content to create the whole README file with all the brackets and so on, and taking into account the branch, the module name, the repo, and so on. So I pre-generated for having already in my migration commit. Okay, so with these changes that are very few, but there it is, we have the module working for version 13. So I commit my module. Look, again, Fish helping me in doing that. And here it is. There is no pre-commit. Let's see. There is no pre-commit error. So everything correct. And now I have to, this is all done in local. So I need to put it on GitHub. So first step, well, I haven't remembered to make this the new that one. I haven't created a specific branch. I'm doing right now, no problem. And now I'm going to push it to my organization GitHub repository. I'm doing it. And now the GitHub itself throws as answer a link here for proposing the pull request. We can do it from this link, or we can go to our fork. This is partner contact of OCA, so I can type here my fork or click on fork and click on the proper organization or individual. So here he's saying that also for helping me, GitHub put this banner saying you have made some changes, but even if you don't have this, you can go to your branch, 14 MIG partner facts, and propose here a pull request. I think the button is not appearing because it's here on top. So there is a button appears here for comparing and pull request. That is not this banner. Having that, we can compare partner contact with why there is nothing to compare. Something, it seems something. Okay, yeah. Where we want to put this is on the 14 branch. For this, the default branch is important, yeah, because the default target branch that appears is the default one, but it's very easy to be changed, as you can see. I put 14, and now we can see the commit history. The one that we have brought here, and my commit doing the migration. So now we can press the create pull request. Please put the commit in this case the pull request title correctly. Why? Because as there are several commits, GitHub takes the decision to put the title as the branch name without dots and slashes. So we put that, and even put some comment. We can put a standard procedure explaining what I have done. Remove view. Not non-existing upstream. Not existing anymore. Upstream. That's are the changes I have done. So I can put that, and we have. Well, this is a code of my team that we can use the search of, we can put in searches involves Nativa. So all the pull requests that we have used this will be searched with this. So you can use for your team or your individual also this, if you want, that is a specific thing. And we have another trick with TT that is for a special task codification. Live from OCA base. Let's put this OCA base talk. So now we have that that pull request. I can put also the milestone and create a pull request. So now the pull request, those that are subscribed to the repository will receive a mail, a notification saying that there is a new pull request. As the pull request title is okay, all people will know that this is the migration of the module partner facts. So they can jump in and say, it's okay, no, it's not okay, approve, not approve. We have also a collecting issue for all the migration tasks. Let's pin this one. So now this appears at the top. So we can say here, I have migrated partner facts in this one. PSC maintainers can then add in this list editing and say partner facts by Pedro Baeza and the reference. So you don't duplicate, you don't overlap work because you haven't looked for existing pull requests. This one tries to summarize, but it requires manual maintenance. I have a proposal in maintainer tools.
Pedro?
And tell me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm Simone. No, just to tell you that you have 10 minutes left. So just consider this if you want an extended question and answer session. Okay.
There is another talk after mine.
No, we have the break. So if you go over by a bunch of minutes, that's not an issue at all.
Okay, if people want to support me for more time, well, it's support is not a translation.
Let's see if
extend me for more time. I don't have any hurry. I can continue.
Okay. Good.
So
go ahead then.
Tell me.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, the main explanation is almost done. The rest is questions that people have, or migrating a more complicated module. Okay, so that's the roadmap here. So let me finish this. that is only saying that I have a tool for generating here the migration. Where it is? Well, there are efforts for having that migration issue maintenance. I don't know where it is. Well, the idea is at the pull request to emit a command that is OCA bot. I know where the problem. This is not in maintenance tools, but in OCA bot 1. Let me go with bot. OCA GitHub bot. Here it is, my proposal. The idea is to be able that a PSC put migration partner paths. So with this easy command, the issue is auto-maintained doing this chain that I have made right now manually, but it should be a PSC, the one that makes this. Okay, so this is yet not migrated. There are some divergences about the things that are needed to be done. So right now it's not, but in the future, the PSC will be able to use this. Meanwhile, please put a comment and a PSC that maintains this. Okay, so now the CIs are being done. We have the Rambot for trying functionally, at the same as I have tried locally, and we have the Travis CI. What is this? These are automatically checks that are performed on code quality and code correction. This correction is the source of this is from tests that you have added to your module. This one doesn't have any tests. It doesn't require any because you cannot test to add a field. Is added or not? You cannot test any other thing. But when you implement modules with some business logic, you want to check that business logic is working correctly. For that, you have the tool of Python test, Python Odoo test. So Travis run that test and make sure that everything is correct. Not only for your module, but for the whole repository, because maybe your module is breaking another module. So everything is checked, and if this is red, you have to check what is happening. Okay, so basically this is a module migration, very short and very simplified, but I think it explains more or less a flow. And now let me know any questions, general question about anything you have or the things that I have commented. And then if you want to continue, we can migrate a more difficult one like base location. I have in mind base location that contains some logic and so on. So now I'm open to questions. I see from, I suppose, Raul Martin, that is saying, what about running tests, not only of the OCA repo, but also from others? Well, that's physically impossible, okay? It would be great to check the 2000 OCA modules together to see if there is any incompatibility, but it's not feasible because the time needed and the sure conflicts that will arise merging all together. So if you propose something that is not consuming 20 hours for each test, we are all open.
Yeah, exactly. You, Pedro, if may I add something? You're gonna recognize if something is broken in another repository only if the pull request is merged and the build on the other repository runs, or if you open another pull request on the other repository to pull the same code that the pull request is adding. That's the only way so far.
Yeah. For this, the solution is to prevent. There are very risky things we can do on Odoo. So let's avoid that risky things. There are on the guidelines, most of the guidelines seems arbitrary, but the guidelines are intended for avoiding this kind of incompatibility things. For example, a guideline is to not remove any element from any view. If you need to remove between quotes, hide it instead of doing position replace. For example, this way you are not preventing that other module that use that element for positioning that doesn't find this element. So these kind of guidelines are intended for assuring a good compatibility. Anyway, in a modular system, it's barely impossible to always have 100% of trust that anything is not going to collapse with other things.
Yeah, and also, I mean, code reviews are also for this. Like, imagine that you submit something and I jump in and I say, hey, Pedro, this might probably collide with something else. It's better if you also open an integration pull request on the other side, and you can mitigate that. But yeah, it's quite hard to, if you don't know by heart all the 2,000 and more modules, it's going to be hard beforehand.
Exactly. On my code reviews, that's what I look for. When I do a code review on my team, they always say, hey, you are reviewing these and asking questions without checking more. Yes, because my code review is quick, but looking for red alerts. There are some red alerts that triggers my eye catch because they are probably conflicting. That doesn't mean that they are conflicting at the end, but at least it raises my alert to put here, why are you doing this? And why am I doing this question? Because it's not clear from the code. And this enters on the good developer practice area. Python is self-explaining, yes. Python is a very declarative programming language and so on. But you don't have to comment, what are you doing? You have to comment, why are you doing something? That's the difference. It's not the same to put a comment saying, I call the method to post the invoice. And that's saying, I need to post the invoice before calling super because if not, the move is not checked. For example, that comment explaining the why is the most important thing. It's only one line. You put invoice,
and especially for your future self, because in 1 month from now, you're not going to remember why you did it.
So when you find something that is going to be not very clear, please put in advance a comment saying why. So when people like me doing code review won't ask you, why are you doing this? Yeah. Okay.
Is there any other question?
It seems no. I don't know how to react to this. It has been very clear. People is now dead in their chairs.
Okay, so now Pierre says he got the answer. In any case, we have the rooms on Discord. If you have more questions, so you can get there on the track 1 trainings and ask more questions. Feel free also to ping anyone in the general or Pedro directly if there is something specific to what Pedro said. And that's it. So let's keep the discussion ongoing somewhere else.
Perfect. So do you want to continue with that migration? I don't know if it's going to be feasible in a reasonable time, because that one can contain logic that has been changed, and I estimate half an hour, 45 minutes. So you tell me.
Well, here we should have a break, and then we have another talk in less than half an hour at 2 p.m. So probably
Okay,
it's
so
better
let's do one thing. Each of you that are there, please migrate one module and tell me any question you have during
Bravo.
that migration. Okay?
Yeah, that sounds a good idea. Okay, yeah, that's the plan.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
So thanks everyone for attending me, and I hope this served you some tips and tricks. So see you around in GitHub and the rest of the social channels, Discord and so on.
Yeah, thank you, Pedro. Thanks a lot for your talk, and thank everybody for being here. See you around.
See you.
Bye-bye.
I'll be presenting, so I can't offer.
Hello, everyone.
Stefan?
Hi.
Hey. Ciao.
So, view, present, full screen, share screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Fantastic. I'm becoming a Zoom expert very quickly.
I'm still fighting with it.
Yeah, but you are several levels above me on that scale.
Yes.
Mm,
Is your camera on?
yes, I see me.
So it's me not pinning your video. Oh yeah, I see you. Okay. Good.
How can I see participants? Participants 23, small committee. All right.
Okay, recording started. So when you want, you can start.
Okay. All right. So good afternoon, or whatever the date is where you are. Welcome to this talk. The goal of this talk is to give you a bit of under the hood introduction to the OCA code quality and testing infrastructure. There have been a couple of the great talk about how to contribute and how to use this infrastructure. So what I'd like to do now is try to show you a bit how it is implemented. And OCA is is quite vast. It's a big big community. This is the graph we make with the number of modules. So you see there are 1,700 modules on V12 alone, and on PyPI we have like 8,000 packages. I think we are the biggest contributor to PyPI in terms of number of packages. So OCA is vast, and like 200 repository, hundreds of contributors, and thousands of modules. And that scale creates very specific problems to solve in terms of infrastructure, because you find a lot of existing infrastructure which you can use in open source project, but they are all geared to managing single projects with a few or many contributors, but generally single projects. And here we have actually 200 repositories, that 200 projects on GitHubs, and each of them contains, of course, many add-ons. So, and in many cases, we can see each add-on as a small project. So we have very specific challenges to respond to implement this infrastructure. So the goals is to support the contribution process, to make it as smooth as possible for contributors and reviewers. And we want to ensure a baseline quality level with automated checks wherever we can. Quality is the hallmark of OCA, so it's in part because we've implemented those processes and infrastructure. So we want to make the contribution process as easy as possible, and also help ensuring consistency across all those 200 repos. Another goal of this infrastructure is promote visibility, because it's also used to publish and make visible those modules that are created by the community. And part of this visibility, the one goal is to make these add-ons easy to discover, but also easy to install for very diverse user populations. It goes from the small user who want just to download one module and install it, to integrators building very large projects, including OCA modules. And all that is done by voluntary work. We have no dedicated funding the work of on this infrastructure. So we absolutely need to keep the complexity under control, so it remains manageable in the long run. And this diagram, which I will go through during this talk, illustrates all the moving parts we have. And we'll take them down one by one. So I'm going to explain all what's there. You recognize some, you see Travis, you see the run bot, you see our GitHub bot. The Odoo OCA instance also take place in that. We have Weblate, and we publish the add-ons also on the App Store, on OCA, and to PyPI. So the different parts I want to go through today are the linting. I wanted to explain in a little bit more detail how linting was done in the past and how it is done today in recent branches. Explain how testing is done in Travis. Say a few words about how what the OCA GitHub bot does and how it does it. I explain how the translation platform work, publishing, talking about how we publish and where we publish the modules, and also how the teams and CLA are managed. One thing we can try, Simone, I don't know who is the host. Maybe
Yes.
we can do a short question and answer after each part. If that's possible. So don't hesitate to ask questions on each topic as I go through them, and maybe we can answer them one by one, since we have like one hour that should be feasible. So let's go on with linting. So linting is the process of ensuring basic code quality and catching common errors. And it is mostly based on static code analysis. So it is a relatively lightweight process. Linting, under linting, I also include the activity of automatic formatting, which we now apply in branches 13 and 14, which we apply to Python, XML, and JavaScript code. We do this automatic formatting in an opinionated way. Well, we didn't decide that much in OCA. Basically, we use what the tools on the market provided. But the main goal is that the formatting is the same everywhere. So reviewers and contributors don't have to have opinion on that. They just do what the tools does. It's not perfect everywhere, but all in all, we notice that we win a lot of time and with much less discussion on not very important stuff of code formatting. So contributors and reviewer can really concentrate on the important stuff. And this process also does some automatic correction of boring stuff like endings, is correcting mixed line endings, end of files, and things like that. In the past, so for branches before and up to 12, we had basically two linters. One was Flake 8 and the other was PyLint with the excellent PyLint Odoo modules from Moises Lopez. They were and still are located in the maintainer quality tool repo, at least the script that triggers them. And it served us very well over many years. And the big advantage is that was easy to update in central place for all repo. But the big difficulty too was it was harder to keep compatible across all Odoo versions. And it frequently happened that upgrading a linter did break existing branches that were green previously for no very good reason. And so that's the effect of making old repos read faster than they needed to. And another drawback of that approach is that it was complex to configure and run locally. You had to discover the configuration and install the linters yourself. And it was also not that easy to integrate in your development environment for the same reason. And since branch 13 and the code sprints last year in Belgium, we have started using pre-commit. So pre-commit is an off-the-shelf tool. It's written in Python, but it supports hooks, as they are called in different languages. So it's not specific to the Python nor OCA ecosystem. And the advantage is that there are many off-the-shelf linter available, so we could very easily expand the reach of the linting we were doing. And the few other advantages is that the local configuration each repository is easily discoverable. The configuration files, you find it in a dot file at the root of the repository, and there's nothing else to configure. So it's easy to run locally and to integrate it in your development environment. And it's also very easy using pre-commit to run the exact same checks and formatting that is going to run on the OCA CI infrastructure in Travis. And now, since a few months, it's managed centrally with a copier template. So we have a new repository. I've put the link here, from which we can script the deployment very easily to our repo. And that's a contribution from Jero Lopez, which is a very, very useful one and will really help us to push updates to the template to existing branches when we need to. That said, we'll try to do as less updates as possible, and updates should be only to fix bugs or really add new features. But when we start a branch with a specific linter or formatter configuration, the plan is to stick to it, at least for forever on that branch, and even probably for future branches to avoid different formats across version that makes reporting more difficult. So the way it is configured is that you see there is a pre-commit config.yaml at the root of each repo. And in that file, we define what are called pre-commit hooks, and that different checks or formatters that are going to run on the code. And on top of that, you have the individual linter configuration in each repo, like flake8, pylintrc, eslintrc, and so on, for which we have tried to use the default configuration file name. So if your development environment support it, it should pick it up pretty automatically for many of them. The important part is that those files are generated. So in case of urgency, you can modify them locally in the repository to fix pressing issues. But really, those issues should be reported in the template repository, so we can discuss them, find a consensus, and then apply them to our repository. You also need to be aware that if you change those files locally, it will make it difficult for your repository to receive updates after that, because there might be much conflict. Although Copier is capable of preserving local change to some extent, as always, if there are conflicts, they will need to be handled manually. And so here I show an example of the linter configuration where you have the black Python code formatter. So basically all configs are the same. You give a GitHub repository name, and that's the place, if you want to know more about a specific linter, that's the place to look for documentation. And then we give a revision. It's important that it is pinned, so we never put a branch name like master or something. It's always a tag or a commit to be sure that everyone is going to be on the same page and use exactly the same version as the linter. So that means that if you run locally, you will get exactly the same result as when it is run on Travis. And then the hook name, because in some cases there are several hooks in the same repository. So one big benefit is the capacity to run locally. So it's very easy. You can install pre-commit locally with pip install -user, or if you use pipex, pipex install pre-commit, then you get an executable file, which is pre-commit. Oh, there is a typo here. Pre-commit space run __ all is going to run pre-commit, and so do all the checks and all the formatters on all files of your local copy of the repository. After that, if there are, you need to interpret errors. There might be failing checks, or if the formatters like black or the XML formatters or the JavaScript formatters have updated files, you need to look at the diff. Don't worry too much, and commit them and push them, and you will get the green build on Travis. Before running pre-commit run, it's always recommended to at least add your change to your local index, so you see the diff that has been done, but it's not necessary if you are ready to accept blindly what's going to be done. Just run pre-commit run -a, and that's it. Another thing you can do is that you can run pre-commit before push. So you type pre-commit install at the repo root, and every time you create a commit, it will run the checks for you. And how it is integrated, so beside the copy using the copier templates, basically it's very simple. Pre-commit receive push and pull request events from GitHub. And that's one of the jobs that Travis is running. And so you see in the Travis log the result. So those who passed, well, don't worry. Those that are marked failed, either you need to look at the change that have been done, and in that case, you get a diff at the end of the job. So when that happens, that means that you need to rerun locally and commit, and you get nice instruction to do that. And alternatively, there are sometimes failing checks, and those you need to fix them manually locally and then start again. But really, to save Travis time, there is no reason to get a red build on pre-commit, so run it locally before pushing. It's a good habit to take. So that's it for linting. I don't know if there are any questions about that topic. Nope.
The chat is silent.
Silent. That was the easy one. So I think it start to be fairly understood in the community.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, the chat seems silent, so you can go ahead, I think.
Okay, I continue. So testing. Here I want to say a few words about new feature being developed. So for testing, we've basically Travis, who is going to run beside the linting, is going to run the test, the actual unit test of the modules, and then we have runbot. So basically, both of them are listening to GitHub events. Runbot is going to do the build, and I come back to it. And Travis is going to basically install the repo and its dependencies, and then run the test. The biggest part of the Travis configuration sits in the maintainer quality tools repository. So that's the place where you need to look if you need to understand in details what's happening there, or if you're interested to contribute. And there are two important scripts in that process. The first is called Travis install nightly, and the second is called Travis run test. So as the name implies, the first is going to do the installation part, getting all the dependencies right, and the second one is going to run the Odoo tests. Travis install nightly. The first thing it does is that it does a git clone of the corresponding Odoo branch. Tries to do it as efficiently as possible. And then is going to install it and its runtime dependencies.
Who's speaking? Mute. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Continue.
Yeah.
And the dependencies mostly come from Odoo's requirement.txt.file. So at the root of each Odoo branch, there's a requirement.txt that gives the recommended versions by Odoo for each of the Python library that Odoo needs at runtime. And then is going to install the add-ons to test as well as their dependencies. And for that, there are now two modes available, the OCA mode, which is the one that's in place since many years now, and another one with which we have been experimenting in some repository in version 13, and that is still new and considered experimental, but we are going to run an experiment to see how it works on version 14 to see if it brings the benefits we expect on a larger scale. So the OCA mode controlled by an environable environment, which is the default, MQT dep equals OCA, that's the default. Basically, it does several things. The first is to install the requirements.txt files from the maintainer quality tools repo, because there are some important additional dependency there. And then it looks if there is a requirement.txt in the repository, and is going to install that one too. So for the dependent libraries of the repository. And then is going to parse the file name OCA dependencies to look for dependent repositories. So in the simple case, what you have in that file is a list of OCA repository names. And what it's going to do is that file is going to recursively clone each dependent repository, install its requirements.txt, and then add it to the add-ons path. and then do that recursively. So if that repo itself has requirement that an OCA dependencies files, is going to recursively apply the same process. And it's setting that up in a very specific order in the add-on path. So you get, if my memory is correct, you get the repo first, and then the dependencies, and then the Odoo repository in the add-on path. And it does a feature if you need to do a pull request that depends on an unmerged version on a branch of another repo that is not merged, like a pull request. You can add it to OCA dependencies.txt like this. So you put the repo name with the repo URL and the branch name. And yeah, I think maybe I should remove github.com. Yeah. Anyway, of course, you need to not to forget when merging to remove those, because you can only merge a module when the dependencies are merged. Otherwise, you're going to make the main branch red at some point. The other one is processing. The other method that we are going to experiment with in version 14 is taking a different approach that is more fine-grained. And the reason, there are several reasons to that. The main reason is that we often see that when a repository or when you have when you have big repositories like, say, server tools, there are some modules that are maybe not very often used, but that have very specific dependencies. And the main problem with the methods we have now is that all the modules and all the dependencies are always installed or at least made available in the add-ons path for all the tests. And sometimes this can have far-reaching effects. When you can have an obscure module in the bottom of server tools that's going to break many repos just because they indirectly depend on server tools, and creating a lot of noise when that happens. So the idea of the new method is to put in the add-ons path only the add-ons that are necessary for testing a given repository. So only the add-ons dependencies and not whole repository dependencies. The other benefit we are seeking with that approach is that requirements.txt file. Currently, the requirement.txt files is partly redundant with what you need to have in the add-ons manifest anyway. In an add-on manifest, there is this external dependencies key where you are supposed to declare all dependencies of your add-on, so your user can discover them. And there is a risk that both are going to diverge, and that requirements.txt will not be compatible or will not be the same as what there is in the add-ons manifest. So that's another main aspect we want to improve. And so in this case, the installation method is a little bit different. So basically, it starts from a file named test requirements.txt. And for each add-on in the repo is going to add a line in the test requirement.txt, which looks like this, -e with the repository where we have the setup.py for the add-on. And then we ask pip to do the installation, and basically that's almost all we have to do. To ask him to install this test requirement.txt and asking it to look at the add-ons on the wheelhorse.odoocommunity.org, where we are publishing all merged add-ons anyway. And in that way, the installation process is on the one hand much simpler. So we simplify maintainer quality tools. And on the other hand, is going to install only the necessary dependencies and not whole repository. And that means that we should have much less issues where you have one repo with trouble that is breaking too many repo. You really need to have one specific add-on that others depend on to have problem to break dependent repos. And so, yeah, the dependencies are then discovered by pip because they are embedded or at least declared in the wheels that are published on our wheel OS. And with this mode, when you need to depend on unmerged dependencies, you need to add them in test requirements.txt using this syntax, which is the native syntax of pip to reference a GitHub pull request, for instance. That's a GitHub reference to an open pull request, and you can simply use it like that. And with that, it is going to take priority on the other dependencies and install that specific version of the add-on. And then to run, that's the installation part. So we have two modes, and we are going to try the new one on version 14. And then for running tests, after the installation, Travis is doing the following thing, and the Travis run test script in particular. It creates a test database. Is looking at the manifests of the add-on on the repository to determine which add-ons it needs to install in the database, but without testing them. For instance, if you have add-on A in repository and add-on B in another repository, is going to install B without test. And then when that is done and the test database is ready, is going to install all the add-ons in the repository with odoo -e -test enable. So that means that it's only running tests for the add-ons in the repository, but all the dependent add-ons have been pre-installed in the database. By default, is going to run the tests on all add-ons in the repository, but there are possibilities to exclude some add-ons. So if you have add-ons that are not compatible between each other, you can declare to exclude them. You can also include, use an include directive to create a different job that's going to test specific add-ons individually. And there is also a rarely used unit test option where you can ask it to run to test each add-on individually. It's good for testing dependencies, but it's very slow, so we generally don't use it. And another important feature of Travis run test, it does some logic to detect errors in the odoo log files and to report a red build in that case. So those are the main features. There are more. So if you look at the repo template, you will see there are variables in the Travis templates. And so if you need, for instance, to install specific dependencies for website repository, or if some repository needs Linux or apt packages to be installed before, there are options to do that. And in that case, the best way to do that is to run copier update and answer the questions it's going to ask you, so you can do a specific configuration of the Travis configuration of any given repo. And then that's for Travis. And then runbot the OCA runbot, and there will be a presentation by Alexandre tomorrow on how to install your own runbot. But the OCA runbot is special in the sense that it's getting its configuration from actually the Travis configuration. So basically, to run an instance, runbot is going to build a Docker image from the Travis configuration. And for that, he used a module called Travis to Docker. And that gives the guarantee that normally when a test is green on Travis is going to be green on runbot, because the exact same dependencies will be installed in a runbot environment. And so since that is in place, we have much less issues about exotic dependencies needing to be installed manually in the runbot. So all that is centralized in Travis, and basically if it works in Travis, it should work on runbot. Runbot itself is probably, and the OCA configuration for runbot is probably worth a whole talk, and you can look at Alexandre's talk. I think it's tomorrow morning if you're interested in more about that. And yeah, runbot is accessible from the pull request for functional people to do or order to do manual testing. And while I'm at it, coverage, that's probably the easiest part of our infrastructure, because we use codecov.io. And that's something at the end of the Travis script that is extracting the coverage report and sending it to codecov, which in turn is going to analyze it and post coverage comments to github.com on the repository, so you can see the effect on the pull request on the coverage level, and you get links to the codecov website to analyze coverage in more details. Okay, so that's it for testing. Are there any questions on that part?
Let's see.
Seems not, at least not written.
No.
Okay, so let's continue.
It seems you are pretty clear, Stefan.
Okay. So let's continue. Then translations. Translation is very important because it enables a whole non-technical community to contribute translations. So for that, we are using Weblet since a few years now. And in a nutshell, the way it works is like this. It again starts in Travis. So when something changes, when you have a merge, so in that case, it's a push event. When a pull request is merged on the main branches, after the test, Travis is going to run a script named click-o-do-make POT to generate the POT files for all the add-ons that are installed on the test database. The reason, and then that POT file is going to be pushed back, committed and pushed back to GitHub. The reason it is done in Travis is that in Odoo, to extract a translation template, you really need to install the add-ons on an Odoo database. There is no other way to get a a complete translation template files. With other frameworks and languages, normally it's based on static code analysis, but in Odoo, that's not the way it works. And so it's a bit more work and more difficult because you actually need a running Odoo database to be able to extract the POT files. So that's the reason it's done in Travis. This means that for this arrow to work, Travis need to have some credentials to give it the right to do a git push to github.com. And also very important, sometimes people notice the translation are not available on Weblate, or new module or wool repo is not available on Weblate. Actually, the creation of what we call a component, so basically the creation of an add-on on Weblate happens when the POT file is available in the translation directory. And if the POT file does not appear, the Weblate will not pick it up. So that's very important that Travis is correctly configured. So for some repos, sometimes we have seen that the credentials were missing, but in that case, it's just not running, so it's silent. So if you think everything is okay, but the POT files don't appear, it might be that's because the settings of the Travis repository are not correct with the credentials. And the other thing is that you need to have a line with make POT equal one job with make POT equal 1. And that's the one that's going to export the translation after the test. And you typically see usually you have 2 jobs in simple repositories, one testing on Odoo and one testing on OCB. And usually we put the make POT on the Odoo branch, so we do that only once, and we are sure that we get the correct file. By the way, it's important that, and sometimes there are bugs in Odoo that makes that 2 subsequent runs of the same export don't give the same result. And sometimes we have seen loops that when Travis push the POT files, then it creates a change that makes Travis to run again, and then creates a different POT files, and then flip-flopping between the 2. It happens rarely, but it did happen in the past. Hopefully those bugs have been fixed now. So in case you're interested, on how the ClickOdoo make POT works, I've put the link with the repository here. And then what we have is that there is a globally configured webhook that triggers Weblate's update. So now we are in this part of the diagram. So there is a webhook that make it so that Weblate is going to pick up the changes in GitHub and download or actually rebase, because Weblate has a local copy of the GitHub repository, is going to rebase, and then from the POT file is going to update to do a merge between the POT file and the PO file. So basically, if there are new translations appearing or new terms to translate appearing in the POT files, Weblate is going to merge them with the existing PO files, and then push back the PO files, commit and push back the PO files to GitHub. So and that way they are also ready to translate. The new terms get ready to translate in Weblate. And that push to GitHub is done periodically. I think it's every 2 or 4 hours. So basically, if you don't see your translation appearing immediately in GitHub, it's normal. Just wait a few hours and they should not appear. If you don't see them by the next day, then raise an issue and we can look what's happening. But these days, the process is fairly stable. And also, it's very important to not modify, if you understand this process, it's important to not modify PO files in GitHub, because Weblate actually is doing a Git rebase, and if there are conflicts on the PO files between what a translator is doing and between what a developer would have done in GitHub, you get merge conflicts or rebase conflicts in Weblate, and these need to be resolved manually. And it happens, and in that case, you really need a manual intervention by someone who has admin access to the local copy of the repository in Weblate to resolve the conflict. And those conflicts are generally very hard to resolve, so we tend to lose translation because we don't have time to do a manual merge resolution. So in that case, we reset the translation there. So we may lose some translations in that case. And the last thing, I think I forgot to mention that. Actually, there is also a tool, and I add the link. There is also a tool here that that's running on Weblate, and that is actually detecting the new repositories appearing on GitHub, or the new branches or the new add-ons appearing on GitHub to create them. And I will add, I need to add that link. That's also an open source component that can be used. And all that is extremely modular. So this means that if you want to deploy your own Weblate for your own organization, you can totally reuse those scripts because it's fully generic. And here I've put a link to the architecture document. So you will access that, where you have more details about this whole architecture. All right. Questions on translations? No.
Seems not.
Great. So next, by the way, I intend to keep this presentation as a reference, so we can, because so far I don't think we have had such an overview of the whole infrastructure. So we'll try to publish that presentation in a place where it can serve as a reference and where we can update it in the future. So I will add more links to important parts. So it should be a good way for people who want to find their way to find the starting points, at least. So the next part is the GitHub bot. So the GitHub bot is it's a tool written in Python. It has its own repo in OCA, and that's a bot that under the specific OCA processes. And unfortunately, it's a part where it's a bit difficult for us to leverage existing bots because we have very, very specific features we need those in OCA due to the large amount of repositories we have, and the fact that each add-on in the repository is often a small project in itself. So the bot is also listening to GitHub events, mostly pull requests, push, and comments. And based on those events, it's taking various kind of actions. It's also doing some scheduled jobs that run on a nightly basis. The main feature of the bot are the merge commands that all contributors know by now, and I come back to it in a moment. Then what the bot does is doing some maintenance of the main branch because and that happens when you push to the main branch plus a nightly process because sometimes we don't forbid manual merge, although maybe one day we'll do, but at this point manual merge remain a possibility. Sometimes people need to do it either because there is a need to merge a red branch for some good or bad reason, or there is a bug somewhere. And so when you have a manual merge, that maintenance of the main branch needs to be done. So that includes updating the add-ons table in the repo level README. So in some repos, you have a small table in the README which shows the available add-ons with their current version and a link with a short description. So that's a way also to make the add-ons more discoverable. It also updates the README of each add-on from the README fragment with the README generator that sits in the maintainer tools project. That generator is there mainly to ensure consistency. So all OCA add-ons have the same README structure. So it gives a more uniform look to the READMEs that come from OCA. It also adds important links. So when you see an OCA add-ons, the README of an OCA add-ons, for instance, on PyPI, or even in the App Store, I think, of OCA, you get all those link backs to the repository or the place where you can translate, or even to Runbot. Unfortunately, on the Odoo App Store, all links have been disabled, so there it's not very helpful, but from other places, all those links are there. It also generates default icons with another generator, and it generates the setup.py for the add-ons for those who install with pip. And that is also done in version 14 with a pre-commit hook, so it's also there in pull requests. It has a feature to mention maintainers. Mentioning maintainers is actually adding a comment with a mention to warn maintainers that there are pull requests concerning one of the add-on they maintain, so they get a heads up and a chance to review or say their word on it. And it also done some labeling, so it is going to tag green branches with a neat review label. And when a branch has received 2 approvers, is tagging them with the approved labels. We've seen that doing that helps a little bit, making branch visible, and since the fact that adding a label makes it more visible, it helps shortening the delay between review and merge a little bit. It's also, and then, yeah, the important talk about merge comment. That's a really helpful comment because it's going to essentially make sure that after merge, the branch, the repository is still green, so that all tests still pass after merge. Because it often happens that you create a pull request, everything is good, all is green, and then sometimes there is some delay between the creation of the branch review and the merge, and something may have changed on the main branch that makes for a red build after merge. And the main feature of the bot is that you can give it a command to merge and then forget about it, and it will take time to merge because you need to rerun all the tests, but if it works, it's going to merge for you. So it's also much easier for PSC members and maintainers to merge, because you just merge and forget, and if it's red, you get a notification, and then you can look after it. So the way it works, it first creates a temporary branch of the main branch. And those branches have a specific name that if you have contributed, you recognize it. And then it's going to merge the pull request into that branch. So not directly on the main branch, but on a copy of the main branch. It's pushing that branch, that new branch to GitHub, and then it stops. It's simply waiting for GitHub status notifications. And when it receives confirmations that all checks are green on that temporary branch, it's going to ignore run button and coverage. That's a configuration. When everything is green, it checks again that the main branch has not changed. Otherwise, we are back at the first risk, is that to create a red branch after merge. If it has changed, it starts again. That can happen if you launch two merge commands at the same time on the same repository. They will succeed one after the other one, but the second one will restart. So it creates some delays, but you don't need to wait for it. It's automatic. And then when it's okay, it's running the main branch actions to the README generator and so on. It's bumping the version. If you ask for OCA bot merge patch, for instance, it will increase the last digit, and then it's going to publish the wheel and do the merge. So that means you get to round version numbers on the wheel. The exact commit of the merge is in the wheel, and then we are sure that we have a green main branch, and we can merge. And after that, it says thank you to the contributor. So that's a fairly that's not a trivial process, because you also need to check if a user can merge, because in OCA a user that is declared a maintainer in the manifest of the repository can do the merge itself without having push access to the repository. So it's going to check if the user that's creating the command is actually allowed to merge. So it cannot be a random person who comment on the repository that's going to merge. You need to have either push access to the repository or be declared a maintainer on the other. And there are many more features possible for the bot. So if you're interested in contributing to that, just go and have a look on the issue tracker. There are many possibilities to contribute. Okay. Chat is silent, so I don't see questions.
We have a very silent audience.
Studios audience or sleeping audience, we'll never know. Okay, so let's continue. Almost the last part is the publishing. So that's also an important part of the OCA infrastructure, is making sure that the modules that are contributed are visible and as easy as possible to install. So of course, the first way to install it, and probably the most popular, is to download the repository. But we have also the possibility to download the modules from the OCA App Store, so from the OCA website. And that part of the process is done with a set of modules called Interface GitHub that was contributed by Sylvain Legal by then. And also a set of modules called App Store, where those modules are published on the OCA website. And that is a periodic synchronization that happens. I think it's a nightly process mainly. So there is no webhook. And from that, we can, on the one side, have the statistics on this Odoo module. So we have a representation of the different repos, contributors, numbers of modules, and so on. And then there is a process that makes those available on the /apps URL on the OCA instance. And the other part is the publishing of wheels, because that's another service provided to the community and the user, is that people can do a pip install of any OCA add-on. And that is particularly useful for complex add-ons which have dependencies between different repositories. So people don't need to worry where, in which exact repository the dependency is located. They can just do a pip install of the add-on name, and all the dependencies, be it Python libraries or other OCA add-ons, are going to be downloaded and installed automatically and automatically inserted in the add-ons path. And that is something that is done by the GitHub bot. So as we have seen before, when you do an OCA bot merge, the bot builds the wheel and publishes it to the wheelhouse.autocommunity.org, and from there it is synchronized on PyPI. And by the way, I've checked, as I said before, there are kind of 8,000 packages that we have published there over time. Not different version, because each add-on, of course, are many different versions, because in OCA, when we merge, we actually release. So basically every merge is going to lead to a new version on PyPI. We are not the biggest volume consumer on PyPI, but certainly in terms of number of packages, we are by far the biggest one there. Okay, so that's the publishing process. And then the last one, because we are almost out of time, the last one is Teams and CLA. And there we have an interaction with the Odoo database. You have seen probably when you do pull request or when you are a new contributor, you're seeing a notification that the CLA needs to be signed. That is a check that is done by a webhook. So we also listen to pull request events to check if the database says that the contributor has a correct CLA in place. And the other part that uses the Odoo database is actually synchronizing the teams and PSCs. Because when we constitute the PSCs or when we add or remove member, they are declared in the OCA database. You can also see them on the website. There is a PSC team section on the website where you see who is member of each PSC, and that is managed in the OCA Odoo instance. And from there, there is a script that updates the teams in GitHub. So we are sure they are always up to date and the correct persons have the correct rights and the correct permissions in GitHub. Those scripts are still a little bit ad hoc, and there are initiatives in progress to move them to the GitHub bot, so we centralize all our interactions with Git in a central place, which is also easier for monitoring. And those are the main parts. I mentioned that we'll also have a Sentry deployment. Sentry is a tool to monitor the errors that happens in the various tools. So with Sentry, we monitor Weblate, we monitor the logs of the OCA instance and the GitHub bot to get warnings when there are exceptions, and hopefully get a head start to unlink them. Voilà. And so that's it for me. So as you can see, there is a lot of content and lots of moving parts and a small team to maintain all that. So if you want to play around with somewhat complex and interesting architecture, well, don't hesitate to get in touch or to look at the open issues on the various projects. We certainly can use all the help we can get to keep that running. So thank you very much.
Simulate claps. Anyone has any question? No. So either it was too complex to understand or it was so crystal clear. Then thank you, Stefan.
Thank you all.
Thank
Anyway,
you.
I stay available on Discord, so don't
Exactly.
hesitate.
Yeah, exactly. We can keep discussing or asking questions on Discord. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So we have now the role policy app by Els van Volsel.
Yes. First, Richard Varghese will start presenting, then I will take over, and at the end, Luc de Meijer will present the technical slides.
Okay. So I think it should start. Yeah, it's starting now. So we can just jump over this one. Thank you very much for participating. So yeah, go ahead.
Richard, we don't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, better
Okay.
now.
Can you see me as well? So
Yep.
All right,
Probably
that's
you have to share your screen, maybe.
yeah, I'll do that right away. Right. Here. Okay, so you can see the screen. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone, and from Canna Corporate, Netherlands. So thank you for joining us here for this role policy module presentation. I would be making an attempt to give you a small preview into the business case that led to the development of this role policy module. I hope you can all see the screens. So. All right, let me start with a very quick intro on Canna. Canna is a producer of nutrients and growing mediums for the cultivation for plants. And from an IT perspective, we are passionately driven by the open source philosophy, and hence Odoo and OCA. So that's why we're here. Just to take you into the opportunity, just a brief moment into what prompted us to go in for this new module, which we call it the role policy module. We all know that change is imperative, right? And it's about an IT has to keep up with the business agility. So there are a few factors that actually influenced us when we started this our recent Odoo 13 migration. The first factor that, of course, was in question was the frequent requests for role changes. And as you can see that our security and internal controls are also pretty intricate, which means we need a kind of an in-depth tool to help us, give access to business on various levels. And then we all know what speed of change means, because in the IT world, if business wants something, it's always yesterday. So we need to look at something how we can implement frequent role changes pretty fast. We are also aiming for a kind of a self-service environment. Add that to the complexity of geographical locations. So we have sales offices across the world, and how do we deal with an account manager who's different in the US versus an account manager who's different in Netherlands, for example. Some of the most frequent things that we receive are temporary role and cross-functional requests. So somebody needs to do A and B, so how do we manage that in a particular location? And of course, one of the most pressing issues is the existing challenges that we face with the current role setup in Odoo. So I'll just get into that a little more in depth. What are the challenges? So if you look at the challenges, standard Odoo roles is less intricate, which means with the standard role, the Odoo role matrix, we can do enough, but not as agile as what the business wants, which means that leads us to a lot of customization, right? And in the recent migration that we did, we found out that more than 40% of our change requests were role related. And that's a lot of work when it comes to actually implementing a solution or going for a migration, because every time some button needs to change, the whole process of the development lifecycle starts. And just because of this whole list of change requests that we have, we always have to focus on the high priority ones, which means even at the end of your project, you still have roles that's not been catered to, or you still have minor, less important roles or requests, which is always left over as a backlog. Now look at the effort of regression testing. Any major role change that happens in the system, the cycle of regression testing is very high, because end of the day, you don't want a buggy software to go into the hands of users, especially when you are spread across the world. So it's so important that we have to spend a lot of time on regression testing and be prepared for a very, very good rollback plan, because if something goes wrong, yeah, we need to be rolled back soon. And then from an auditor's or from an analysis point of view, we were not able to perform the current state of analysis. Like, for example, if you've developed a lot of customized code for role and policy matters, it's not very easy to pull out an out of state report. So for auditing and for other analysis purposes, it gets quite difficult. So that's when we listed out, with a lot of brainstorming, we listed out a set of objectives that we need to meet with this role policy module. The first one was a clean Odoo UI interface to manage intricacies. Reduction in lead time from request to implementation. Very easy validation and rollback if it's possible. And supporting all Odoo modules and roles. And then, of course, which we discussed in the previous slide, ability to audit and report. And also, very importantly, is to handle the complexity of the business requirement. In short, to reduce development efforts. So that was our main objective, which we forecast would save anywhere between 40 to 50% when it comes to role management. Quickly, I'll get into my role is kind of over here, so I'll get into the credits. Just a short note on our credits, which means that I'd like to just say that we're very happy and extremely proud to have partnered with Noviat for this role policy module. So as you can see, Luc Demer has been instrumental as our chief architect in this role policy module. Els van Vossel has been, really helpful in setting up our functional goals for this role. And now for the sponsorship. Kiana sponsored this development for the last couple of months. We've been working on this. This has been a part of our larger Odoo 13 migration project, which we have been assisted by our other Odoo partners, namely OneStein, Serpent, Camp2Camp, and Startex. But for the role policy module, it's always been Noviat that's actually architected and developed this policy for us. You're also welcome to follow us on our GitHub, which is github.cana-ict. Here you will have almost all our recent efforts. So please stay tuned for 2021 as well, because we're going to come back with some more interesting features. With this, thank you very much. And I leave it to Els now. And thank you for the OCA and its members for sustaining and supporting all community initiatives. And we're proud to be part of that. Els, now over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. For my own sake of mind, I recorded the demo this morning. It's all very well working, but I have a bit of a cold, so I did not want to start coughing all the time. So I will share my screen and present the demo. I would like to propose to wait for questions until after Luc also presents his slides, because he will answer a lot of technical questions just by presenting. And afterwards, we will also be available on Discord for any other questions you might have. Hello and welcome to the Role Policy app. By default, when you install a new module in Odoo, a user has access to that module. The Role Policy app is a game changer in the sense that as long as no specific access rights for that module have been granted to a certain role, users in that role will not have access to the module. To show you an example, you see a number of roles that will be used in our database. They are all empty for now. I will show you the Data Maintenance Officer. As you see, he has no access rights at all. So I will show you what he can see in the database. I log in, I click, and even when I try to find modules here, you will see that the DM has no access at all. The Role Policy app allows you to define these roles through the user interface or by importing a spreadsheet. To start, it may be best to just add all the things you need here. For example, add a line on menu item level. Here you can select detailed menus. You don't have to apply the complete sales order to a role, but you can just select, for instance, customers or products. So if you add them here, then you can easily export your result. For the demo, I already created a spreadsheet for the database matcher. So on an ACL level, you simply add the model and then you define the read, write, create, delete access. You can activate a rule or you can delete an entry on import. When defining a spreadsheet, you don't have to define the name. It will be applied automatically when you import it here. When you export the spreadsheet again, it will attribute the name in your spreadsheet. Of course, you can also do this manually. On the menu item level, you just add the external identifier that you find in IR menu. If you do it manually, no need to know anything about external identifiers. So you just add all the tab pages. You see that the number of tab pages in my spreadsheet is equal to the number of tab pages in my database. For the view modifier rules, I will explain you in the demo in more detail. So let's start by importing the data maintenance role. I can either import sheet per sheet, which is handy when you have made some changes and you only need to import one sheet. But since we have no access rights at all, I will import all sheets at once. While importing, the system will test, and suppose that you have added a rule for an MRP module which is not installed on your system, then the system will throw you an error message, and it will import all the tab pages without errors, and it will just allow you to change the spreadsheet for the tab, and then you can import that sheet only. Let me explain you some more about view modifier rules and what the power of these rules can be. I return to my database. I refresh. And you see that I have all the modules that I have added to my rule. In the sales, as explained before, I have a limited number of menus. I don't have, for instance, sales orders or quotations, because my data maintenance officer is not allowed to access. I open my customer, I click Edit, and I see that my VAT number is a mandatory field. I also notice that my customer is a company. Now, what will happen if I click on individual? My VAT field is no longer mandatory. Now, that's an easy one to set up. Let me explain how I did that. I go back to my role. I click on the model, and in the contact model, I defined the element field name equals VAT. On the required level, I added a domain company type equals company. And this is how it is set up. I've also applied a number of inactive rules, and I will show you by going to products that my data maintenance officer has access to reordering rules. Now, I don't want the data maintenance officer to have access to reordering rules. I want to keep that for the warehouse manager. So what I need to do is hide this button. Now, how do I do that? I look for the button in the view. The model is a product template, that I know. And I look for the number of reordering rules in the view. So I end up in the product template procurement view, and I see that the button does not appear once, but appears twice. So I want to hide the button in both cases. Now, how do I do that? I go to my data maintenance view. I select my inactive buttons, and here I add the model product template, because this is the one we are talking about. I add the product template procurement view. The form type will automatically be proposed. And in the elements, I add two XPath expressions. One to say that the first occurrence has to be invisible, and another one to say that the second occurrence has to be invisible. I activate both rules. I click Save. I return to my data maintenance. I click Refresh. I open my product, and the Reordering Rules button is gone. On the product level, I notice that I don't have a price in my Kanban view, but I have the price label. Now that's a bit ridiculous. So I want to hide the price label. How do I do that? I look in my views, which I already did here. So I select my inactive rules. The element printing the price in the Kanban view is ULLI. So I add the XPath here, and I activate my rule. I click Save. I return to my data maintenance officer. I refresh, and the price label is gone. You might have noticed that we also talk about view type attributes and view model operations. Now, what is the difference between the two? View model operations are defined on a model basis, so for a complete object, or for all objects by using default. View type attributes allow you to hide attributes on a main view level, so it allows you to change, to override attributes of the main view. I will show you what it looks like in my database. So here on the product level, I see the import button. I see it on the Kanban view. I also have it on the list view or the tree view. So I go back to my view model operations, because on the default level, I want the import to be hidden for my data maintenance officer. So I add default, I select import, disable is activated by default, I save, I go back, I refresh my screen, and I see that my import button is gone on the tree view, but also on the Kanban view. I can also make exceptions. Here I have hidden the archive option on a default level, meaning that my data maintenance officer will not be allowed to archive records. But of course, I want my data maintenance officer, who is responsible for creating and maintaining products, to be able to archive products. So I add an exception on the model product template saying that archive is allowed. I will show you what this looks like. So I open the product, I click on the action, and I have the archive attribute. I will show you that on a customer level, I open a customer form and I don't have the archive action. As a DM, I did not add any ACL for account tax. But of course, my data maintenance officer needs to be able to add taxes to products, for instance. So I open the product, I click edit, and on a customer tax level, for instance, I see that my data maintenance officer has created an edit rights. I click, and a message pops up saying that I am not allowed to view this information. That is because no ACL has been defined. This is yet another powerful option of our role policy app. Now I will log out as data manager, and I will import another role to show you the power of model methods. Let me import the sales inbound employee for you. I will import all the sheets because I have no access rights at all. The same test on errors is applied. As you see, I have no model methods. Model methods can be defined in the system, so there it requires a bit of development. And in the module, we have added the method to post. So now we will see that the DM, the SIE, has access to sales orders, for instance, because we want him to be able to create sales orders and also to invoice them. But because he has no model method defined, he will not be able to post the invoice. I will copy a sales order. I save, I confirm, and I create an invoice. As you see, I have the post button. I'll be posting, but I get a message that my security role does not allow me to do that. Okay, we have to find a solution. So we will edit the sales inbound role, and we will add the predefined method allowing us to post. I click save. I return to my SIE database. I refresh my browser because that's all I have to do. I click on my sales order. I open my invoice. The post button is still there. I post. Et voilà, I am able to post the invoice. So That is some of the power of the role policy app that I wanted to demonstrate to you in a quarter of an hour. So that's it for my demo. I would like to go over to Luc, and please save your questions until after Luc's slide presentation. Thank you for your attention from my part.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Luc. Can you speak? Do you have your microphone open? I think, Luc, you're muted. Just a moment. Let me unmute you. Okay.
Is it working now?
Yes, it's fine now.
Okay. So I made a couple of slides to actually unveil what's under the hoods of this application. So basically, when you install the application, we use one of the standard install hooks within Odoo to remove all standard groups from a user at install time of this module. And at that point in time, no user can do anything anymore, or nearly nothing. Also views, we will dynamically remove all groups from views at view rendering time. So when you load the view in your user interface, all groups are removed. And then actually we replace it by the mechanism we have seen actually in the demonstration from else. So basically, since the user does have no standard group anymore, he doesn't have any ACL, he doesn't have any menu item, no action binding and so on. So we actually replace it by the ones in the roles. So that's really it. From a technical standpoint, we didn't really change anything in the Odoo kernel. So basically, whenever you create a role, this role actually becomes a group. And it's basically a standard to the group, but just with a small flag on a Boolean saying it's a role flag. And these are the ones we are using actually, which just mean that you can still use all standard mechanisms. So that if you define under a role group an ACL, this one will become a role ACL, also a standard group, and yeah, that group is actually added to that ACL that we created. So basically, by doing this concept, we don't need to do any change, and everything works as you have seen in the demo. From a security standpoint, we actually working with flat roles. And this is a major change, and does mean that whenever you create a new role, you cannot say, well, I created a role and this role is a combination of role 1 and role 2 and so on, which is a typical concept we use in standard to do, where you have a financial manager who actually has implied the financial, the invoicer and so on. So it's flat, so you need to define everything from the ground up, which just means that whenever you install a new application, that application will not do any change. Or for instance, if you would, which you have with the standard system, if you would change the rights of an underlying role, then you might have unforeseen effects of people inheriting from that role because they start getting extra access rights. So it's fully flat. New applications have nothing. So it does mean if you install, like say, warehousing or install MRP, the existing users don't have anything more. They cannot access it, so you have to define it explicitly. Another thing we have done within Odoo is we make roles company-based. So it does mean that a user can be like the chief financial officer in one company, but be the sales manager in another company if you're in multi-company databases. View modifier rules, I have to say this was the main driver for this customer project, because we have implemented the same role concept in version 8 based on the standard Odoo security mechanism. And that's where actually we ended up with thousands and thousands of lines of XML code in order to basically define small elements on screens. And these small elements on screens then actually got like their own group. And then we can say this screen element basically is added to this role, which was also standard group. And then whenever users like were hitting a nota page and then all of a sudden the requirements of the customer change and the notepad page is having 10 fields, and then you want to make it more granular, and from 10 fields, one row has to see 5 of them, the other 5 of them. We really had to break this small group into 2 groups, and then basically we got a lot of work, a lot of complexity, and lots of regressions by maintaining it. So by doing this system, as Els showed it, actually, we don't have the view inheritance. We can just take any view element and we can actually just say, well, this view element becomes in read-only, invisible, and so on. And also from a role policy definition standpoint, we don't need to specify the view. So for instance, if you say the price field is not available for a certain role, it's going to be on all views on that role. We also have another option, which is the remove option. The difference between hide an element or remove is that basically remove means we remove the elements at the server side before we do the ACL check. So basically, if there is a certain information that a user should not have or is even not allowed to have because he doesn't have the ACL, we have to remove it on the back end. So security is higher. A technical person can, in any case, very easily see all the information in hidden fields by just the browser developer mode. But with this, actually, you can't see it because it's just not sent to the screen. But of course, we do see in Odoo that this is a bit delicate in that sense that we may break, or you may break, some user interface dialogues like on changes and the main expressions, which will no longer work if we remove the feed. So that's the reason why the remove, actually, we do believe that if you define it, you need to think about it, and we make the view actually mandatory. So if you remove an option from view, you have to do it mandatory, and yeah, the person doing this should be a bit technical. Then we have the view attribute rules, and that's really a very simple one. On the main views, you have options like form create equals false, or edit, or delete, or duplicate, and all these things. That's really why we wanted to use it for this project, but we implemented more generic. So you could also use like the decorator info or any attributes support from certain view type. You can just file user interface, modify, and make it rule-based. This one works a little bit in pair with the view model operations that Els showed, in the sense that the view model operations are on all views on a certain method. But if you actually want to override it on a certain view, specific view, then actually those one gets priority. And then the model methods, yeah, actually this is like a kind of a necessity in the sense that sometimes within Odoo code, we do see that standard security groups from Odoo are hard-coded. For instance, the account move post option is really hard-coded in Odoo, which just means that you cannot execute it in this approach we are having because we remove the standard groups from the user. But we still want people to be able to do this operation. So there actually, we need to make modules like role policy account, role policy sale, role policy purchase, and so on, in order to tackle those parts of Odoo standard modules where actually a group is hard-coded within the logic. Where are we with the project? It's not finished. The main part, as you've seen, has been programmed and it works so far as we know correctly. We actually don't do a lot of syntax checking when making the definitions. So the person's going to the view modifier rule and actually typing in XPath expressions, they may make a mistake and there is no check on it. And we really want to do it because you have seen that the importing and exporting of the rule of the policies is crucial. So we want to have the speed very fast. So one of the things we want to do is have a kind of an offline rule syntax checker with a button so that you can click on it and say, actually, I just want to check if at view rendering time, this XPath rule will work. So that's on the roadmap. Currently, if a user has multiple roles, and that's something we see in any case a lot within the project of the sponsoring customer. Let's say a user is being a sales manager, but then someone or a colleague goes on holiday, and then for a certain period of time he needs to have another role. Then actually we combine the roles, and in the policy you might have seen sometimes a field called priority, and that's the one which actually decide the winning role in case of conflicting rules between the roles. One of the things we have on the roadmap is that the user can, like a bit in the multi-company approach, they will be able to select, if you have multiple roles, which of those roles are active in a certain screen dialog. Another very important one is unit tests. Whenever we want to take this one further, without unit test, we are going to break it on a regular basis. And currently there is no single unit test programmed within this module. Record rules, since every role is having a group, I mean, you can use a standard interface for the record rules, but we really want to add it to the matrix so that it becomes all in one single screen. And then we have a bit of a more nice to have things in the sense that currently the screens are not really adapted. For instance, if in ACL is not there, you will get a error message saying you should belong to sales manager or whatever standard role from Odoo, which we don't remove the standard roles from Odoo from the system. We just remove them from the users. So we need to clean up these error messages and make sure we only show standard error messages which are actually adapted to this role concept. So that's really what we have to do. Also, the user screens and so on still mix and match the standard groups with the role groups. So there is some work to do. And then as a kind of a last point, we also want to add some more traceability to the application so that you can easily see when it's the security manager did some changes to the policies, who did which change at which point in time. Currently, the code is published on the URLs you see here, shitter.com, Kana ICT, Kana ERP third party. If we see that there is sufficient interest within the OCA, I think this actually deserves an own repo with an own PSC in order to actually move it forward to new releases and develop the roadmap and develop it for other users as the sponsoring project. That's really it for my part.
Thanks, Luke. I think it's a great contribution. I think that there is certainly a room, a space for this tool in the OCA. I think that this would attract a lot of interest in the OCA in general. I'm not sure. We have some questions. We have anyone willing to send a question? We have 38 participants in this talk. So Bunhin says it's an interesting app. I must say, but we developed something similar in the past, I think last year or 2 years ago, but it was not as complete as your approach at all. So I have a question from Yves Goldberg. He asks whether the URL, the GitHub address is correct.
It should be. If there's no typing there, I can actually show the URL physically. So if you see it on my screen, then
no, you're sharing your. Giovanni asks, is it working? Well, Giovanni asks, is there any docs out there about that?
It's documented in the module. So if you look to the README, then it's all documented over here.
Wow, amazing. And
even if how to program like a method like the post method and so on, it's all documented here.
Yeah. It is Bunhins asks, is it working stable enough?
I honestly don't think at this point in time. The intention is that we are actually, so as is currently porting the role policy as we implemented it with the thousands and thousands of lines of XML code in version 8 to version 13. I think it's going to stabilize as soon as we actually start to put real end users. So we have actually planned for the end of the month the first end user testing on it. And then it's going to stabilize, I think, rapidly for the CANA environment. This being said, for instance, the multi-company aspect, which we programmed and designed into it, hasn't gotten any tests. So I do expect as if people start unveiling parts of the functionality which is in there which has not been tested, and no, we have so far not yet started to write a unit test, things will actually have to stabilize. So any help in any case is welcome if there is sufficient interest and if people actually want to contribute as soon as we have a repo then within the OCA.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm very sure that the need is there. Obviously, the permissions are very incorrectly managed, I would say, or loosely managed so far. So Giovanni says it's for version 13 only. Yes, and yep. So you confirm that it's you're releasing it in version 13, as you explained. Mark Verstappen agrees that the default permissions are kind of open and agrees with you. Okay, so thank you very much to all of you, to all the team presenting today, and to Els, Van Bossel, to Luke and Richard. And this has been an amazing talk.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you once again from CANA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so on the agenda, the next talk it's going to be, so we'll have at 4 p.m. The session Odoo developer training from basis to first module by Luis Felipe Mileo. Hello, Luis. I'm going to unmute you. Okay, now you should be able. Hi.
Hi, it's George.
Yeah, this is Jordi.
Yeah. Nice to see you.
Okay, I'm moderator here on this track now. Okay, so I'm going to assist you on your talk.
Okay, it's scheduled to 11 p.m. here, 11 a here. Can I start now, or we need to wait
Just a
the
moment,
15
because I
minutes?
think we have on the agenda, what I can see is on the agenda, you should be starting at 4 p.m. So that's in 15 minutes. That should be in 15 minutes. I can see some participants joining, so I expect that some more people will join the next minutes.
Jordi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool.
I'm here.
Okay.
I was telling Luis that to wait a bit until 4 p.m. In Europe time, in 15 minutes.
Okay, I stopped the recording then, since it's still going.
If you stop, okay, but the YouTube channel, I think when we stopped, we had to change the URL.
No, it's it's two separate things.
But yeah, so you can stop or pause the recording, yes. And
Yes.
I'm not sure about the YouTube streaming. Because I can see the option to stop the live stream. But then if we restart, maybe we will get a new.
No, don't touch because the stream on YouTube we don't care that much. Is that the cloud registration for Zoom? We're gonna have bigger files if we don't stop to split the files.
Okay.
So I stop it. It's not relevant to register this phase. And we just have to check if Luis can run the video, and we can also hear the audio for him.
Yeah. I can see his screen. I just checked with him the audio. It's all good.
Even with the video?
What do you mean with the video?
Because Luis, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to play the video. Wait a second.
Okay. Simone, and how do you restart the recording?
There is a button at the bottom, and you just push it.
Record.
Yes, and you have to state if it's cloud or not.
Okay.
And I'm checking the video, the YouTube streaming now, so we're already live, and people will see Luis Felipe playing with his own screen.
Yeah, can I play the video? And you?
Yeah, let's try. I mean, then you start it again. No problem. Let's try. Let's see if it also the audio of the video goes through the streaming.
First of all, thank you. Hi guys, this will be the Do Developer training from basis to first module.
Seems to work.
First of all, thank you for having me.
You can put it on hold, Felipe.
Yeah.
Luis, sorry, Felipe.
Yeah, it's on hold.
Too many names in Brazilian. Sorry, joking. Okay, so while we can wait 10 minutes more, right?
Jordi, què és el que has pagat, aquesta gent? Jordi,
Què?
la transferència no estava ben feta. Què has pagat?
Tu vols dir que no està ben feta? Què?
Tu vas ficar 6.485,50.
Sí.
T'han tornat 140
el que està malament és que no van posar l'IRPF de la factura als honoraris. La factura del lloguer de l'oficina ha d'anar amb honoraris. I em van fer la factura dels 15 dies de finals de novembre.
Ah, però aquesta no la tinc.
Hi guys, this will be the Do Developer training from basis to first module. First of all, thank you for having me. I'm so happy to be here. And I would like to wish a special thanks to all the organizers and all the OCA contributors. I'm Luis Felipe Milel, CEO at Cami, Odoo consultant and developer since 2012, maybe version 6 of Odoo. I'm a PSC of Brazilian localization, a delegate member of OCA, and here's the list of my contacts. Please feel free to get in touch if you want. Before we get started, please check this link in the bottom of the slides. Here you're gonna see the full documentation in HTML, and you're gonna have the PDF. That's the same content. If you want the final code and the start code of the project, okay? And in the HTML and PDF, you can see that you can find there are more content. Here you see some tips and some notes that you can go further in the concept that I explained during the training, okay? The agenda is gonna be we're gonna do a small introduction about the Odoo and the Odoo community, if you don't know, and then we're gonna set up the project with Odoo and Docker. Then we go to code a lot, and in the end we end with a question and answers, and that is. If you have any extra question, please feel free to hit me on social network. There's a Discord channel of OCA. You can find me there. Okay, don't be shame. Okay, let's introduce Odoo and Odoo community. The Odoo. Odoo, it's open source ERP and CAM. He has a great framework to create business apps. It uses Python, JavaScript, and PostgreSQL. You can hit the source code here, and there's the technical documentation, the user documentation, and the user training here. There's a lot of good content in all of these links, and there's a great community too, Odoo, that I try to explain a little in the next slides. The Odoo Community Association is a non-profit organization whose mission is to promote the widespread use of Odoo and support the collaborative development of Odoo features. And you can check the Odoo community in this website. There's a lot of reference, and here's the Discord channel that you can get in touch with me and the other contributors. There are very good many mailing lists from. They are segmented by topics that you can join, and you can find the OCA modules here at odoocommune.org/.shop. You can find the code of these modules here at GitHub, and if you want to know the news about Odoo, I recommend that you use Twitter, that you create a Twitter account and find who they are, the OCA contributors in this link, and follow them on Twitter. Okay. In this figure, you can see the structure of a common Odoo project. In the middle, we're gonna have the Odoo core, that's open source core. We can download here, and we complement it with the Odoo Community Association modules. And if the customers pay the Odoo Enterprise with the Odoo Enterprise modules, and in the end, we create some custom code that adapts the whole code of the system. Okay, let's start to build your Docker environment. Although there are many ways to run Odoo, it's high important that you know how to deploy it manually, because if you have a problem with Docker, oh, and you don't know how to solve it, the thing's can be a mess, and you really need to know the basics. Okay, and if you don't know it very well, I recommend that you check the install and deploy of the official Odoo documentation, and maybe search on internet. There are a lot of good blog posts that teach a lot too. And for the Docker implementation, there are many ways to do that. There's the Odoo official Docker image, there's the Axon Docker, the Tecnativa, and the Camp2Camp. All they are good, but and I'm used to use the Camp2Camp Docker project that we're gonna do a quick overview here. The Camp2Camp Docker project has three main components. The first one is the Docker itself. You can check here. They have a lot of you can read the code and see the documentation. There's a lot of things that you know to understand it fully. And the Marabunta, it's a easy way we gonna explore it a little. And the Unterm, I think that we don't have time, but a very nice tool. I overwrite the default company image and the company name with Unterm. Maybe if we have time, I can show you in the code, but if you try to find it, you're gonna see that there. And we're gonna install a creation OCA. It's a tool built for Odoo. It does a lot of things, but in this training we only use it for two. It's used from download the add-ons from Odoo community and generate the add-ons patch. So I think that I already had it installed with in my environment. And after that, we have to check that we have the Docker up and running. Okay, and did you have this command docker compose? That you have Python 3 in your environment, and that you have pip installed. Okay, well, to start your project, you have to clone okay, but here you can see a little description about it. We have the external source where we the download the OCA repositories goes into, and the local source where your customers models go, and the migration scripts used with Marabunta. Here we have the extra requirements of your project. We're gonna use it in the end of this training. This is the scripts that we can write with Unterm, and the spec, the source code specification, where we can spec the Odoo, source, and the OCA repos and other ones. Here is the Odoo source code. I recommend that you open your PyCharm or VS Code in your preference of IDE in the root of the project, because you can search in the Odoo code and the OCA code. It helps a lot. Okay. Okay, let's check your project directory. And I will enter in the folder Odoo. We made a OCA build. This command takes a while, and because it's downloading the Odoo source code. Okay, when the OCA build finish, we have to come back to the main folder and use the command docker compose build, and wait a little, because this command takes a while, because it downloads the traffic in the Postgres and build the Odoo image. Okay, takes I don't know, I think it's 10 or 20 minutes depending on of your machine. Okay, then when the Docker Compose build finished, you can start the Odoo with the Docker Compose up. Okay, I think the Odoo is running now. Let's check. Alright, the Odoo is running, and we can log in with admin, password admin2. You see that the default image was changed, and we can see here that the main company name has changed to OCA Days 2012, and this is because the songs here, that is a basic script here that you can read later. Okay, let's continue here. We have the Odoo up and running, and we can access here from this URL, and if you want to stop it, we need to press Ctrl+C. Okay, now we have the Odoo up and running. Let's add a new project or a new model to improve it. I will go to the odoocommunity.org/shop and search for responsive. Here we have the web responsive from TechNative and LAS Labs. It's a very great module. Here we have the GitHub project. Then we go to the GitHub project and copy the clone URL, and come back here to the spec file, then web modules source version 13. Okay, and again I will come to Odoo and make some OCA build. Okay, in the end of OCA build command, we're gonna see that he echo a DONS path that we must copy to our Docker Compose file. Okay, here it is. Let me copy here and come back to my Docker Compose, and you will see that there's a small difference here, that he adds the web repository of web responsive. Okay, then I will fix it, and let's come back here. Okay, then to auto-install web responsive with a migration script, we must edit the Odoo migration file and add these lines. We increase the version and create a new entry that install or upgrade the web responsive model. Okay, and if you want to know a little more about the migration scripts, you have to read about the Marabunta of Camp to Camp. There's the link in the full documentation. Okay, and let's run again. Docker Compose up, and after this finish, we can go to the Odoo and check if it's already running. Okay, we can come back here and refresh, and we're gonna see that your Odoo is now responsive with this very nice menu here. If we change here to the mobile or come back, he adapts to our screen. Okay, now we already have the Odoo running, one OCA module installed. Let's code your first module here. To do that, we're gonna create a simple application for customer service management with Kanban, personalized workflow, and integration with email and SMS. To do that, we gonna use a tool from Axon named Bob Template. Please check, be sure to install it in your machine. I will stop to do here and check it if my Bob template's okay. I'm already have it, but you need to run it. Now we're gonna go to the local folder on Odoo local source, it's an empty folder here, and run this command from Bob template. If you go here on the Bob template main page, you're gonna see that there's a lot of other options here that you can read. Okay, and let's come back here. If I run Bob template dot udo add-on, the Bob asks a few questions for you that I documented here. The name of the model, customer service. It's not a OCA Acme customer service. Let's change the version to version 13. Acme 2020. Okay, if you check here, we have a folder with the add-on name, and this folder has two files. One is the underneath is it's determines that this folder is a Python module folder, and the under manifest determine that this is a Udo module that has a license, a website, version, and other things that we're gonna use in the future here. Okay, to check that your dummy model, your empty model is running, we need to come back here on the Odoo migration and increase the version again and change the model name to customer service. Then let's start the do again and check that everything is well and running, and of course our model was installed. Up. Oh, not here. Here. Okay, you try to install our model here, and after that he starts again, and let's go here and refresh your page. Okay, let's go to apps and search for customer service. Here is your model already installed. Okay, it's nice to see that these two simple files can make a Odoo model. Okay, a tip here, when you start to develop, the best way to go further is with little baby steps. We do little baby steps here. We create a empty model and install it. It's just a check that everything's is going well. We have the models working well. We have this folder in the add-ons path, and other checks that we must do to ensure that the model is well working in the environment. Okay, now we're gonna add in a new business model to your model. A model will represent the business process, the data that you want to store, and its behaviors, and the basics. Each model is a Python class that's with classes odoo.models.model. Each model is generally mapped to a single database table. Each attribute of the model represents a database field. Without this, Odoo gives you a automatically generate access API that make queries automatically, and if you want to know more, there's a lot of tips in the full documentation about this, but it's a common pattern in the systems of today, named the active record pattern, and a lot of good stuff that Odoo ORM does to you, but I don't have time to explain here. Let's go to the practice here. The CRM lead model is something like this, that you have the name, you have the partner, that's meant to one field, you have the active, that's a boolean, the email from, the description, that is a text field. It's something like that you can describe your model, your business model, with fields and maybe with methods here to determine the model behavior. Okay, for create our first model, we're gonna use the Bobby templates from Action 2. We're gonna copy this and come back to our local folder, and inside it we have the Odoo local customer service. Then we gonna run it and fill it like this: version 13, model gonna be customer, forgot, customer dot service dot ticket. It's not a inherited model. I'm gonna press no here. We need a form view, we need a search view, we need a tree view, we need an action, and access rule. We need a demo data 2, Acme 2012. Okay. Yeah. The Axon automatically update the model importing. Okay. If we see here, that's a little easier. We come here, the customer service tickets are already imported here automatically, and we're gonna have our model definition here. That's a little empty right now, but still we have one field here, and your user access rules here. Okay, and our views here, that if I show you, we're gonna be a form view, a search view, and a tree view, and action, and menu here. Okay. Yeah. Before we install our before we upgrade our model, we need to fix some settings. Okay. First, we're gonna create a new menu. That's a main menu. Okay, and relate customer service menu with this main menu, and ensure that we have the create, write, and delete access rules, because in the Odoo new versions, the admin don't have the default create and write rules. Okay. Let's see here. To do that, first we're gonna go to the Odoo OCA website and download some item here. Okay. In the end of this page, there's a lot of items. Let me try some one of them. Maybe this one, like PNG. Okay. Oops. Save yes. Let's go to OCA days, training, Odoo, local, customer service. We're gonna create a folder named static, another one inside, description, things that, icon, let me see, yeah. Then we're gonna create a new file in the views folder. Okay, the file gonna be customer service menu view.xml. Okay, then we're gonna copy this snippet here. Oh, should be faster. And there's a new record on the table UI menu with ID customer service main menu with the name and the web icon structure, file structure here that we already downloaded. Okay, then we need to do a little more things now. We need to ensure that our model manifests in parts this file. Okay, I will put here customer service main menu, and in the next step we're gonna change here the I will copy this external ID here, and I make a mistake here. Maybe it's customer service menu view, and if you go to the customer service ticket in the end here, there's a to do that we need to put your menu reference here, and then if I split here to show, we're gonna see that this reference comes here. Okay, this is the main menu, the parent menu of this one. And let me see, this is already done. This is true. The things that here ensure that you put the main menu on before the customer service ticket, because the order here matters. And this we already done too. Let me see. In the last item, we need to go to our security folder. Let me close these guys up here. Come back, security, and we're gonna see that we don't have permission to create, to write, and to unlink this record. I will change these guys here, and this is how. If you want to know more about the security rules and the Odoo security, please check the full documentation in HTML or PDF. If you don't know yet, here you can open and you have the full documentation, the full code, and the slides too. Okay, let's continue. to don't create a lot of migration scripts with no servancy. I will teach you a new command here that you can update your model by the command line here. Okay, let me copy it a little big here. Let me try, and it's docker run odoo / update / stop you after need, and you're gonna see that odoo odoo we get an error here. Let's check this file doesn't exist. Let's come back to our model here, view, and check here customer service. Oh, this name is wrong. Let's rename here customer service menu view. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, your model is installed, and let's see how it be. Let me see here. We have a customer service, our customer service model here with our model customer service ticket. And if we create, we already have the field name here, and everything works well. We can create, we can duplicate it, we can access the second one, we can delete it. Now at this moment we have a basic model that we can install, save, and edit data with a tree view and a farm view, but we need more. We need to add some fields here. Then I will copy these fields to our Python here, and let me continue. These fields here, we have a description that is a HTML field, user ID that's a relational field, and relation with the table his user, and the partner ID that's related to his partner, and related field that it's the partner mail that is inside this table. Of course, if you need to know more about the fields and the models, please check the full documentation. There's a lot of links there. In the next one, we're gonna put these fields in the view, because if we update the model, you're gonna see that this field is not in the view yet. To do that, we need to find the view here. We have the farm view. Let me see. We add here the fields after the field name and okay. Let's go here to the tree view and put two fields to get things more interesting. And let me see. Okay, then we update our model. Okay, to see this guy is working. Let me run it again. Okay, everything's goes well. Let's start to do again. Wait a little moment. Okay, let me see here. It's everything's go well. Okay, we have the user and partner here on the tree view, and if we go inside the form view, we have the HTML field here, the user that's a related one, and the partner that's related to. And if we change the partner, he gets the email automatically for us. Helps a lot. Okay, to add a Kanban without coding a lot, we will use a very nice OCA model named the base Kanban stage. In this moment of the talk, the model isn't migrated yet to the version 13. Then we will use a pull request instead of the main branch. Okay, this is a good way to review other contributor work, and we just have to be careful if we're gonna use it in a production environment, because maybe it can change in this meanwhile. Okay, let's open here. We're gonna have this pull request that's it's opened by myself on March 31, and it's not yet review yet. If you can, please review. Let's check here. We're gonna click on this link here, and instead of cloning the OCA URL, we're gonna clone the Kami URL. Okay, and it's gonna be something like that. Okay, let's go to our spec. Named Kami server tools. Oops. Modulus. Here we're gonna put the model name and src, the name of the branch. Let me copy here, it's easier. Sorry, we have so little time, but if you are developing for real, please don't use Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, because bad things happen. Okay, let's go. We're gonna add the base Kanban. Here now is right, base Kanban stage in your model dependencies. Okay, yeah, now we have to add the base Kanban stage to our model dependencies. We go here and put a new entry. Okay, and for now, let me see. Because we do modules, use this tag here with the model name inside. OCA automatically creates a link on the folder links here. We just have to run it. Let's go to the Odoo folder, OCA build, and we're gonna see that after downloading the Kami server tools, he's gonna create here a link of base Kanban stage, and the links folder is red on the Docker Compose add-ons patch. Okay, then we don't have to add it. but just happened only because we use this notation here. Then it only takes just one specific model of this branch. And if you are using the server tool from OCA, you can use the normally because there's no conflict. Okay. Okay, everything's go well. Let's try to start your Odoo, but we have to remember that we need to upgrade the version because we add a dependence here. Okay, and before I run Odoo, let's do some new steps here. We need to if you want, you can see the basic components stage here. There's some instructions here how to use the model, but let's go to the prats here. We have to insert a new let me find it. Local customers models customers. Yeah, we have to tell that our model inherits from base component abstracted. When we do it, all the functionalities of base component structures are add to our model, and now it have a lot of other fields, and it's a very nice strategy to copy functionalities. Okay. Then we have to create a new Kanban view on our view source code. Let's go there, and you're gonna see how simple is that. Just add a new record here of the Kanban. Okay, and this view inherits from base component abstract 2, and in the let me fix it. Sorry. Okay, in the card body, we add partner ID field. Okay, and another thing that we need to do is to add a Kanban view mode here to ensure that your action calls a Kanban view too, and this order is the order that's default displayed to the user. Okay. Yeah, everything's right. Another thing, we need to put the field on the header here. We're gonna put the field. This field is one field that was on the base component abstract, is not here, but when we do that, we aggregate these fields too to our model. Okay, and doing that, let me check here. Okay, this is the mail features. The next one, let's update our model and see what's going on. Let's do a Docker compose up, and we're gonna have to base Kanban is installed and customer service is uploaded. Okay, very nice. Maybe I make a mistake here or not. No, it's maybe some trick that I have to fix on the pull request, but everything. Okay, let's check that our customer service view. I already have a Kanban here. Okay, and we're gonna add some columns here. Let's try to do and doing and done. Okay, if I create a new record, let me see. Here red starts on to do. Okay, test. Let me try, save, and very nice. If I change here, okay, it's doing as well. Okay, now we're gonna add some new features in our model. Okay, to add the email features, we need to do it's first of all, it's add mail to our model dependence here. We need to put here a new dependence like named mail is the UDO-SCA module. This is OCA module. Okay, and another thing that we need to do is add mail thread to the inner list of our model, same as we did with base Kanban abstract. And there's the last one. We need to improve the view to display the email fields. Okay, this is we already done yet. There's another thing that we need to do. It's, oh sorry, I can't click on Ctrl+C here, but let me find it. Here we're gonna change from this one to this one, and then now we're gonna have a list of dependencies. Okay, we have to erase this, and now we add the abstract and the mail thread functionalities to this model. Okay, then we need to go to the farm view and add these two lines here. That these two lines are the email fields that we want to display on the screen, the followers and the messages. Okay, now if I stop the do and run it again and refresh the page, we're gonna see that the email is up and running, and we can send emails from there. And the Odoo email module, it's very nice. You need to read the source code of it, because there's it has a lot of functionalities that you can use, and like reading email content when you receive, sending emails with templates or with simple texts, sending messages, and a lot of good stuff that you can only learn if you can read the code and see everything that the mail model does. Okay, and if we refresh here, we're gonna see that now we have a message on the right side, and I can, if I put here and try to send the email is not configured, but we have here all the communications attached to this record. If we create a new one, and he has his own email history on the right side. Okay, let's continue here. Now we're gonna handle how to we gonna send SMS with Odoo. First of all, Odoo-SCA, Odoo and Odoo-SCA has his own provider to send SMS, but we override it this behavior to send the SMS with the provider of our choice. Okay, I do a Google quick search here, and I found a provider named Nexmo, and we gonna make a model called XMS Nexmo, and we will propose it to OCA. Okay, and here's the main syntax of the Nexmo. It's a provider. They already have a Python library, and it's very easy to send SMS with Python. Here we can see the example. Okay, and let me try here. To send SMS, we must override two Odoo OCA methods. The method is send SMS and send SMS batch. Okay, and we're gonna create a module that change this behavior. Let me tell this in another way. On source, this is the Odoo main repository, and we have here the XMS. Here the XMS module. Okay, he has a lot of models here. We are talking about the SMS API here. This is a very small module that send the SMS to the Odoo servers. Okay, we gonna change this behavior and send it to the Nexmo server. Okay, and this time we will not create the module SMS Nexmo at the local source folder. We will create and send a pull request at the OCA project connector telephone. But to do that, we need to ensure a few things. First, we have a fork of this project. Then let's go to the link and see if we having a fork here. We have to be logged, and then I will click here on fork, and let's use here Kami fork. Okay. After that, we need to add your fork URL to the spec YAML. Let me copy it. Okay. Come back here and okay. Let's do it. Then we need to run OCA build to update and get your new add-ons path. Okay. Now we have to copy it and remember to put here the new add-ons path. Let me show to you. The new one has the connector telephone. Okay. Now we have to go to the connector telephone folder and create your module called SMS Nexmo with the help of the glorious Mr. Bob template. And SMS Nexmo, yeah, this is Nexmo. It's a Okadon now. Let me copy the summary here. It's easier, version 13. and Camille in 2012, and the website will gonna be github.com/oca/connector telephone. Yeah. Yes, if we run 3 here, we're gonna have the default readme and the OCA icon here, and the two that we already know, the dunder niche and the dunder manifest here. Now we have to go and tell that our new module connector telephone will depend of the SMS of Odoo SA. Okay, and now we're gonna have to change the behavior of 2 models to make our model work as well. Okay, first we need to save the Nexmo key and secret, because if we go back here to our example, we see that the Nexmo receives a key and a secret, and we have to store it. Let's come back here where we are. Yeah, here. And we have to override these two methods of the SMS API to change the behavior of the dildo. Okay, let's start with the YAP account here, and we're gonna copy this to be faster, and let's go. I'm in the wrong folder. We have to do inside the SMS Nexmo, and let's do it 13 and yap.account. We're gonna inherit it, yes, because we are changed the behavior of the YAPI model of the core. Okay, and we need the farm view, and the others we don't need anymore. Okay, and no demo data 2012. Another thing that I forgot to put on the documentation is that our model must depend of the YAP tool, because we gonna manipulate the YAP views, and if we don't do that, we're gonna get an error. Okay, first let's start with the model, put in these 2 fields here, key and secret. They will gonna be char, and okay, we're gonna extend the app model, adding these 2 fields, key and secret, but to they be accessed by the user, we need to put this on the view. And to do that easily, we're gonna start to do again, and see a very good tip that I can show you how you can get the correct name of the view that you are inheriting. Then let's see if you do is already started. Okay. Okay, I got now it's starting. Let's see. We're gonna go to settings, and in the end of the page, here's a button here named activate the developer mode. Okay, maybe I'm already on that, and let's try again. for you that don't know, we have to go to the settings menu, and if you go to the option technical, we're gonna see the IAP account here, and the IAP account here, if we go to the farm view here, then we go to the bug here in the up right, and goes to edit farm view. This view represents this wizard represents the view, the farm view that's behind it, and here we have the external ID of this view. Then we can copy it and put here on the XML. And another thing, we're gonna put two fields, field name, but your two fields gonna appear in a position, it's after the field account token here, and we're gonna create here our field, name it key, and name it secret. Okay, now we have to go to the Odoo, and remember to do this is to go to our migration and create a new version of your system that use the SMS Nexmo. Okay. Let's come back here and Docker Compose up to start to do. Then let's check if we got everything's right. Here it is okay, and now we're gonna create a new model, inherited model SMS API. Let's see if everything's going well. Odoo starts our model and XMS Nexmo, and stop it and start it again. Let's go to this view and refresh it to see if we have the new fields here. All right. Here it is. Then let me see. Let's come back here and stop Odoo. Come back to the Odoo external connector SMS Nexmo and call Bob again. Version 13 and SMS API. We inherited two, but we don't need any views, and no for almost everything. Oh, let's see here what we need to do. This is a trick that requires a lot of time, because we're gonna have to rebuild the project. And here is the Nexmo project on Pipe, and there's a lot of other stuff that we can do with this API. but we only using the SMS API, okay? And for that, we need to go to our project root and edit the requirements.text to add the Nextmo dependence here. Okay, I edit this file here and put the Nextmo here inside it. And now I need to go to the Odoo root and do a docker compose build. When I'm doing that, this command will reprocess the requirements.txt and install the next one inside the Docker for us. Okay, let's continue here. We can use it in our new class with the simple syntax here. Let me see. Models SMS API. We have to put our imports here, and there's another detail. SMS API, it's an abstract model, it's not a common model. An abstract model is a model that has a temporary time in the database. After the vacuum, the records are erased in the database, and we use it a lot when we are making wizards to the user. Okay, but you can see in the Odoo documentation and the another links that I give it to you. Okay, now you can understand the code later, but it's just a simple implementation here that we have the send XMS here and send XMS method Nextmo. Okay, we access our EAP account named nextmo.xms, and if this is not is this record don't exist, we just call super. Okay, we continue with the chain of calls and the chain of responsibility of the other modules that can extend the XML API. Okay, and in the next slide we have I need to override this function to send them as SMS batch. Okay, just put in here how we can integrate our customer service model with SMS. Okay, before we get our hands dirty and integrate our models with SMS, it's important that you understand some things. First, when we change the definition of our model so that it inherits from mail thread, like this one, we make him acquire all the functionalities of the email model. Okay, but when we install the Odoo SMS model, we add new features to the mail thread model. Then consequently, we are able to communicate by SMS as well. Okay, when we create a model called XMS Nextmo, we change the default behavior of sending XMS via Odoo SIAP to send via Nextmo. Okay, and this is the three things that you must to understand and before we can continue. Okay, and to just create a more usual functionalities here, we're gonna add a sequence to our model and create a button that every time the user clicks, we gonna send the ticket number, the customer service number to the partner by SMS. Okay. To do that, we need to create first a folder here on customer service. Let me find it. It's here. We're gonna create a folder named data. Okay, this folder, we're gonna create a file with this content, and the file name is generally the name of the model underline data.xml. Okay, let me create a new file here. Here, sequence data.xml. Okay, we're gonna create a new sequence, a new record in the model year sequence with the name customer service and with the code customer service. Okay, and we're gonna come back here to our model customer service, and we're gonna create a new field named code that he has a default behavior that is called the table year sequence, and get the next bytecode. That's the code we put inside here in the second field. Okay, we must just ensure that we are importing the sequence here. Then we have to put data slash year sequence data.xml and comma. Okay, and another thing to a good and very well usability is to put the code in the view. Let me try it. We're gonna put here before the field name, and in the tree view we're gonna put here before the name too. Okay, and now the last thing that we need to do is we're gonna add a button to our header here, and this button, let me explain to you, has a name and the type object and a string. Okay, the string is the label that will be displayed by the user. The type object says that this button calls a function, and the name is the name of the function or the method that we must put in our model here. Then we have to put some new method here for record in self, and we're gonna call record dot message. I forgot, but message SMS here. With this guy, we are able to send using the SMS and mail thread methods that we are sending SMS to our partner with this number here that we just code. Okay, let's stop to do the we already have here the maybe the Nexmo. Let me see. He installed the Nexmo here automatically, and now we can Oh, I think we have a typo here. Okay, it's abstract model. Let me find you. Okay, let's try again. Okay, and then let's check that your method is working well. We're gonna create a new ticket here, like name I don't know, test, and create a description and a second to maybe Brandon here and save. We're gonna click on send object by SMS, and here it is. And if we can check here in my messages, we can see that is working as well. Okay, now we check that everything goes well. Our model is sending SMS. We can commit the model of connector telephone and send it to the OCA with a nice pull request. Let me see, Odoo external connector, and I really like the gitj, and we can see here all the code that we are implementing and sending to the OCA. This is just this is just a start of the pull request, but we can have some fixes later and maybe open a draft pull request set of OCA. Okay, and let's see new SMS next move. It's okay. Send SMS with Nextmo API. And let me see, git push origin 13. Maybe it's better if we git checkout -b SMS Nextmo git push origin 13. Okay, and then we can click here, and then we're gonna create a pull request from 13 SMS Nextmo to 13, and we make with draft here, and voila, it's now other people can review it and see if this model helps them too. Okay, and for that we finish our training here. Just to make a review, we understand how to set up your project from a project template. Besides that, we use how to use and add OCA models to the project, how to create our own model, and how to create a simple OCA model. Of course, that's more about how you can send your model in the complete PDF, okay, there's more instructions there, but this is the beginning, and if the codes helps someone, can maybe the guys from OCA can help you to handle and to close this pull request, for example, and to make the model integrate with the OCA. And we are open to question now. And I like to thank all the OCA sponsors, and feel free to reach me on social media. Have a nice OCA days. Hi guys.
So, Felipe, Luis, can you hear me?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. It's a little heavy, guys.
Oh, there is some echo on your side. Probably your micro or your headset is not connected properly.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. It's okay now?
Probably. Okay, so first of all, Luis, thank you for your talk and your training. Is there anyone that would like to ask question to Luis? After a long training, I would expect some questions, even small ones.
Hey guys.
Hello. I want to ask a question.
Guys, there is someone that maybe speaking. Okay, I mute you.
Okay.
And it seems you have some noise.
Hello.
In the room. Yes, we hear you, but there is some noise. Anyway, just ask your question, please.
Okay. I can see this module was based on Nexmo, and we are an Odoo company, Odoo-based company in Nigeria here. And for us in Nigeria, Nexmo is very expensive. So this module should be able to help us integrate our local SMS gateways. I presume so, though I came late to the conference, and that's where it will add more volume. So if we want to do that, does it mean we have to do take down the module and try to edit it to get our Nigerian SMS gateways, which we can afford? Like we provide Odoo services to companies in the market, SMEs, and why they buy our Odoo services because we've been able, we know in Nigeria here we have economic situation, we can't buy, dollar is expensive, so we can buy Nexmo at euro prices, at dollar prices. We want it in our own local SMS gateways we can afford, 4 naira per SMS. So do we have to really touch this module again before we can integrate our local Nigerian SMS gateways? That's my question.
Luis, do you answer?
Yeah,
I do.
Of course, you can use your own gateway. It's just an example. I use the Nexmo because I don't know. It's give me free credits to test it, but you can use your local provider. It's just you do the same. You can copy the SMS Nexmo and overwrite the app functions, and well, it's gonna work.
And you search and replace all around.
Okay. Okay.
Well, of course, you will have to implement your own logic to deal with that specific client. So, so first of all, you have to make sure that you have a Python library to deal with, and then you have to plug it in your own module, of course.
Okay. Okay. That's all I want to know.
Okay, good. Thank you. Is there any other question? Seems
So, hey, Simone.
Marcos. Hey, ciao.
Ciao. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for these wonderful OCA days. So one of the things I noticed is in the YAM files, Luis, the syntax when you're adding a Git repo is not totally Git syntax, right?
No, it's a syntax that OCA and Git aggregate use to process and do their stuff. Okay, it's not a Git.
Yeah. So one of the questions is it Git compatible? Like if I use, like, for example, a B flag for the branch, it will work?
Yeah, it's there's a lot of compatibility. For it, you need to read about the Git aggregator. You can do merges and a lot of things in the syntax.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, basically the YAML file as a predefined schema, and then you define the sources and the branches or the commits or the pull request that you want to merge together. So I mean, this is a standard workflow in my and also in many companies daily workflow is as soon as you do your job, you propose a change in the OCA, you don't wait to integrate it in your pull request. Sorry, in your project. So what you do is that you have a file for the pending merge in your project, one or multiple files, depending on how you use it, and then you declare all the pending merges that you want to include there, and you run a command, and it's going to aggregate them all, consolidate them, and push it to your own fork of that specific project or repository, and that's it. So then you don't have to wait for it to be merged.
Yeah, for example, Marcos, this is the way that we are using the Brazilian localization in our customers today. We don't we use the open pull requests and merge them in a single version, and with the spec file, it's easy.
Yeah, it becomes tricky when by chance you aggregate one or two or more PRs that touch the same file, like OCA dependency or requirements. So there you might have conflict, and then the aggregation might be broken, and you have to solve the conflict by hand. But like in the 80% of the cases, it's just fine.
Yeah, you can mix it with the links too, and join modules that already that are not in the main version yet, and this helps a lot.
Yeah. Any other question? Seems not. Marcos, do you have any other question?
No, that's all, guys. Thank you.
Okay, good. Then thank you again, Luis, Felipe, for this talk. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. And I encourage you to switch meeting and go to the track number 2, whereas we're going to have a talk on the future of the OCA, and then likely a daily wrap-up for the co-sprint. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Simone.
Thank you, everyone. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.